ready for the 2024 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Get ready for the next chapter of spectacular.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand, missing, cross court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crown is...
Match in women's quarterfinals.
So the Queen Wen, has gotten into 2 quarterfinal or better results prior at Grand Slams.
Yes.
Both of those runs have been ended by Arina Sabalenka.
Same woman.
U.S. Open quarterfinal round last year.
Here.
That one was straight sets 1 and 4. And then, of course, the Australian Open final, that was in straight sets as well, 3 and 2 going the way of Sabalenka. Sophie, let's start there. Give us some hope and what you think might make this Zheng match with Sabalenka a little bit more competitive this time.
Well, I have to say that it's always all about Sabalenka when she gets on the court, because if Sabalenka plays like Sabalenka and can get, you know, that threshold of unforced errors for winners and be really close, and if she's in the plus column with the winners, it's even better. And that's going to be really what's going to, I think, determine tonight. I think the serve is going to be important for both players. We know both of them are probably the best servers right now on the tour, with Rybakina being out of the tournament, but for sure here in this tournament, Zheng has been serving out of this world, and I think protecting their serve is going to be one thing. Can they attack the second serve? Who's going to attack first? Who's going to be able to break first? Are we going to go to a tie break, or maybe both tie break, or all tie breaks in this match? It's entirely possible. But the question is Zheng going to finally, after on the third one, going, okay, I have learned a lot between those 2 matches, and I know what I can do today. It's obviously, what, 7 months, 8 months later from the last time they played, a year ago here. She has to have learned something. She has to have a better idea of how to play her. So we'll find out.
So a couple of things in there that I want to just hit on. Number one, you talked about the serve. For Zheng in particular, there's been a pretty big differential in her effectiveness at the first serve and on the second. It's 80% she's winning first serve points, and in this tournament, 45% on the seconds. That's a massive discrepancy once you get into the second week of a slam, and how does she protect that second serve? And you and I have talked about the fact she's had some really slow starts with the serve in her 4 rounds. So that's point 1. Point 2, she is just 1 minute under 9 hours on court after the Olympics. We saw what that did for the men, who just really struggled if they were on the platform. Meanwhile, Sabalenka just 5 hours, 37 minutes in her 4 matches, losing only 1 set. I have real concerns about Zheng with that serve component, and also just how she's feeling physically.
And your concerns are completely on cue. You're totally right about this. But you know, I feel like Zheng doesn't look really that tired in her matches. That's one thing. I mean, she's physically really, really fit. But you're right. Is it going to catch up on her with the amount of tennis? And not only that, but the changes of surfaces, the jet lag, stuff that Sabalenka didn't have to go through, obviously, without playing in the Olympics. So, yeah, the question is there, and the second serve is the question. But, you know, I think that the second serve being obviously a little bit slower than Sabalenka's second serve is more attackable. But then again, I think that if you want to really break Sabalenka, you have to scare her. You have to move forward on the second serve. You have to tell her, hey, I'm going to attack you. To just make her feel a little bit, you know, pressure. But right now, with the description of what you said about the percentage, you have to give it to the favor of Sabalenka, who herself is going to look so forward to any second serve and to really go for it and take really the point in charge from the get-go, either from her first serve percentage or from the return side.
Sabalenka has won 60% of the second serve she's seen as a returner. So that is just going to be the major component that I think we're going to be looking at. And I think, as we talked about a little bit with the Zheng match against Vekic, which we called 2 nights ago, a lot of it is going to be about that first strike tennis. We are just seconds away from our 2 players getting interviewed courtside. Should be any second right now. Zheng, the 21-year-old, coming in as the 7 seed here this week, 7 in the world as well. Sabalenka, the 2 seed, 15 WTA titles to her credit, and for Sabalenka as well, coming in with 9 straight wins as the champion the Western and Southern Open in Cincinnati just a week before this U.S. Open began. Again, just waiting on our two players for their interview there. I'll tell you what, Sophie, we'll let you behind the curtain. They're a little bit late.
They are?
They are. They were supposed to be out here.
7:04?
It's 7:06.
7:06 it is right now.
Yeah, I know. They're late.
Okay.
I mean,
wow.
we gotta be on it. And
No
somehow
kidding.
my watch just set an alarm for 7:06 in the morning. I got to change that.
Make sure you don't get that
problem.
much.
Let's hear from Zhang with Pam Shriver.
Qinwen, it hasn't been that long since you won the Olympic gold. What has changed for you on and off the court?
Of course, more people recognize me. That's the good things, which means I'm more famous now. But here I'm in New York, just wants to show my tennis here.
It's really fun. At the last major of the year, we have a rematch from the very first major of the year in the finals. How has your game improved since you played in the finals of the Australian Open against Arena?
Well, I think my game's improved. Also, the mentality is just, another match to go on. It's another fight. I just gonna give my best and let's see.
All the best tonight. We look forward to the match. Meanwhile, we're going to welcome in two-time Australian Open champion, also played on hard courts. You took a different approach to this hard court season. How did not playing the Olympics help you prepare for this U.S. Open?
Well, I think, I didn't play Wimbledon, didn't play Olympics, so I had enough time to recharge, refocus, and start everything from the beginning. And I feel like probably I'm hungrier than ever, and definitely fresher.
Well, whenever you have two power players facing off against one another, how do you, as one of the biggest power players, prepare for it on the other end as well?
Well, I think it's all about not going crazy when someone making winners against you, and just focus on your game and trying to stay aggressive and put all that pressure back on the opponent.
Thank you. All the best tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Sabalenka puts the headphones back on, joins Zhang in the tunnel onto Arthur Ashe Stadium. She now grabbing her bags. And will be introduced first. A bit longer to have Pam Shriver, who coached Zhang's opponent in the last round, do that interview. Wishing it was her own charge, Donna Pekic.
Yeah.
New York.
Couple seconds, let's hear our introductions.
Welcome the players for tonight's first from China. Olympic gold medalist, Zhang Qinwen. Two-time Australian Open champion and 2023 U.S. Open finalist, Aryna Sabalenka.
Well, the two women have hit the court. And before we break down a little bit about, what you're going to see in terms of tactics here tonight, let's talk about some of the celebrities that are here tonight. Have you seen the list?
I did. Yep.
Holy smokes.
Uh-huh. Well, hopefully we'll see them at some point ourselves, and we'll let you know who's waving to the crowd. But the one that really, struck to me was obviously Roger. Who's here?
Roger Goodell, the
no,
NFL commissioner.
Roger Goodell too, but Roger. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Fed being here is always going to draw that incredible crowd, and when Tour is here as well. Nora O'Donnell, famous journalist here. There are a bunch of basketball players, men's and women's, obviously with Frances Tiafoe's influence, that are going to be here as well. Kevin Hart.
Yeah, Kevin Hart is here. Gladys Knight is here again. She's loving her tennis.
And comedian Michael Che.
Yeah.
From Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night Live.
We have a absolutely packed crowd. Greg Allensworth is our chair. Let's hear from him.
Video review. Anything that's my decision can be challenged. 3%, 1 extra, and a tiebreak. Take the red, please, for your towels. White, please, for your towels. Same conditions as you've had. Any questions? White, please. Yeah. Okay. Tails or heads? Heads or tails? Heads. Okay. Sholo. Heads is the call. Very good. It is heads. Serve. Okay. Photo, please.
All right. So
You're in there too.
Sabalenka.
Yeah.
Choosing to serve to start the proceedings here tonight. Greg Allensworth obviously has been in the news a lot more than he would want over the last couple of weeks. It's been a rough stretch for him. Good to see him get one of the bigger matches here in the quarterfinals. He was actually the chair umpire who did the men's final last year. All right, Sophie, we know the score lines. 1-4 here last year, 3-2 in the Australian Open final back in January. We can talk about stats. What are the patterns that we're going to see tonight, and how does Zheng break those patterns?
Well, I think in both matches when she lost, I mean, it was really the power of Sabalenka that took over, and probably maybe also the nerves, you know, during the Australian Open, especially for first, you know, final major for Zheng, something new territory for sure. I think that those nerves with winning the Olympics and you know, being now a lot more known than before, because, you know, we talked about this, I think it was you and I, when, you know, we were talking about, it's one thing that people probably didn't know Zheng before the Olympics.
Yep.
But the Olympics being such a worldwide event, not that tennis is not, you know, played around the world, but it's just a different, very different fans that really joined to watch the Olympics and heard about it, and I think that recognition came from that. And as she said, you know, now she's getting recognized in the street, which wasn't like that after the Australian Open. But so I think she's maybe taking it more all in, and is, you know, probably more comfortable in a way than she was in her first, you know, encounter when she played, well, second encounter, but in such big arena in Australia. And I think that's going to help her mentally. I think she's very solid mentally. I just think that, you know, she's getting overpowered by Sabalenka in most of the matches. And can she absorb the power? Can she maybe play more down the middle and serve down the body as well, to create some opportunities? It's to be seen, really.
Yeah, that's kind of that's what I wanted to ask. Is she's not known as somebody who absorbs power necessarily very well. So how do you adjust a little bit when you have been overpowered?
Well, the thing is, if you're going to give power to Sabalenka, she's going to embrace it. So if Sabalenka is consistent enough, she's going to win that match, because she is more powerful than her opponent. So at some point, she's going to break, you know, the rhythm. She's going to win the point by hitting winners. And that's all the question is. It's really on the racket of Sabalenka, more on Zheng. I think Zheng is probably the more consistent of the two. But as far as power, you know, to answer that is tough. I would be surprised if there's a ton of winners coming from Zheng, just because of the pure factor of the power, unless, again, Sabalenka starts making some errors. But errors are not going to be winners on the side of Zheng. So it's, you know, it's an interesting, you know, play. I mean, they both really love the baseline. I think both of them can come to the net as well. We know Sabalenka has been, you know, at the top of women's tennis in doubles in the past, so it's not something that she's not feeling comfortable. I think Zheng also has been really good into the double scene and can play at the net. She has great feel. Drop shot would be fun, I think, to see, to try to get Sabalenka off the baseline. I think Sabalenka is smarter now when she sees that her opponent are really far behind the line because of the amount of power that she generates. She has been using that drop shot marvelously. Yeah. And that's an addition to her game that she didn't have a couple of years ago. And I think that's probably last year, even last year in the final against, you know, Coco, I think that drop shot could have made a little bit of difference, but she didn't use it as much.
Yeah, she talked actually about that after her win over Elise Mertens. She was asked just about the differences in her game from 1 year ago, where she did make the final here, and she talked about that variety and transition play. Those were the two things that she mentioned in terms of tactical, but she also said mentally she has just gotten so much stronger. Credits a lot of that is just in terms of putting the right people around her. Obviously, Coach Anton Dubrov, but just the collective group, and you see it in the TikToks, the dances, the joy with which she's approaching those days off, maybe before the match, and it's kind of carrying on to the court for her.
I agree, and I mean, they do have a very tight team, and they laugh a lot, which is very good. And, you know, as she mentioned on the, you know, entering the court with Pam Shriver, she's definitely a lot fresher. Yeah. She couldn't play with injury at Wimbledon, didn't play at the Olympics, didn't do the back and forth, obviously, because, well, she didn't play in, you know, England that much. But you know that takes a toll on all the players, and they come to the last major and they all feel the heat and the tiredness.
Also 3.5 hours less on court here for this 2 weeks.
That counts.
One thing that we should note, though, Zhang has been playing with one of her legs strapped, just dealing with a leg injury throughout the year. It is not taped tonight. It's not there. So Sabalenka is ready to go here. Gil Gross is courtside. We'll get to him in just a minute here after this first game, as the crowd all settling into their seats. Zhang is getting over to her return position. Sabalenka waiting at the near side. Might wait just a second or two as, again, fans are getting into the seats. Sabalenka says, let's go. In the all-black Nike night kit. From the near side, serve. Trying to go out wide, misses into the net. Second serve upcoming here for the world number 2, the 26-year-old. That second serve. That high ball toss goes to a backhand Zhang. Sabalenka forehand cross. Zhang goes forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. Zhang goes forehand cross court. That's going to miss long. It's 15-love.
Right away, she's trying to change the pace. She was trying to get more shape on that last forehand, Zhang, to a little more top spin and height on the ball. Just couldn't control it.
25-6 lifetime here. Sabalenka. Semifinals in 21 and 22. Serve out wide is a let. What's a pretty decent run of form,
I would say.
Semifinal, semifinal, and then a final. Just missing that big trophy, however. 43 and 11 on the season for Sabalenka. Serving here from the near side. 15-love. Tosses up once again. Serve misses wide. So 2 missed first serves to start it here. The second serve coming now. That is good to a Zhang backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand off the baseline and good. Now gets a backhand. Goes cross. Zhang backhand up the line. Sabalenka stepping into a forehand cross. Zhang goes forehand cross on the line. Now stepping into a backhand. Goes through the middle. Sabalenka backhand. Zhang goes backhand up the line. Wow, that's some firepower. Zhang backhand winner for 15-all.
Yeah, that's her best shot, definitely, is the backhand side of Zhang. She actually has the best technique. So fluid, so relaxed. She gets a racket head way below the level of the ball and then extends everything towards the target. The racket head, the body language.
So 15-all, 12-shot rally there on point number 2. Serve good. Zhang goes forehand up the line, misses just long for 30-15.
I do like the beginning of this from the Zhang side because she is taking some cuts and she's definitely even trying on the first serve. That was a very close miss on that return serve. So mentality is to be trying to be attacking before Sabalenka.
30-15. Again, near side, serve T wide. Nails for Sabalenka matching the rest of her kit, a little bit of a pink pop. The second serve now for Sabalenka. That's good to a backhand Zhang up the line, running forehand for Sabalenka, misses just long. It's 30-all.
30-all.
Certainly some nerves that will factor in here at times, despite the fact that these two have some incredible titles to their credit here this year. But anytime you get on this biggest of stadiums, that will factor in just a little bit. 30-all serve for the 2 seed. Aryna Sabalenka serve into the net, struggling to find the first serve early, one of her first 5. Second serve with that distinctive, very high ball toss for Sabalenka. That's good to a Zhang forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand cross, good. Nothing coming back there. Backhand winner for a game point.
That was a great second serve, wide, deep, and Zhang went down the line. If you're not going to hurt your opponent going down the line, guess what? You're going to pretty much beat a rabbit because that next one is going cross court, and good luck getting to it.
So at the game point, I think I saw Seal in the background as well. Serve out wide is good. Sabalenka has a forehand, goes across. Zhang tracks that down, forehand up the line. Oh my! Out of nowhere on a full stretch, Zhang comes up with the goods. It's deuce.
I absolutely love the way she's playing in that opening game. She is just unleashing and saying, you know what, I'm going to go for more and I'm going to get paid off. And she was on that forehand, complete through the run Oh my goodness, what a stretch that was. Sabalenka is watching in despair.
Deuce serve for Sabalenka out wide
Wow.
is good. It is an ace for Aryna Sabalenka.
Just upping the ante. You're gonna go and hit a winner down the line with your forehand on the full run. Well, I'm gonna ace you on the next one. I love it.
107 out wide is pretty
So good.
sizable. So a game point once again for Sabalenka. Zhang, her return position about 12 feet behind the baseline. Second serve upcoming here for Sabalenka. First serve missed out wide. Sabalenka again just taking her time, quite deliberate here in this opening service game. The second serve for her. Good to a Zhang backing up the line. Chipped back from Sabalenka. Good. Zhang goes forehand cross. Sabalenka tracks it down. Her forehand misses long. Back to deuce. We talk about how important that serve is for Sabalenka. This is a rough start, 3 of her first 8.
Yeah, and did you notice what Zhang did on the second serve? She attacked right away on that second serve and, took the rein. And that's why she wins that point once again, because she is the one who is putting the pressure on Sabalenka.
5 minutes, 30 seconds into this one already. Serve good. Zhang goes forehand middle. Sabalenka inside out forehand to a Zhang backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang runs around forehand inside out, sprays that one wide. And I think we're probably going to have to live with Zhang missing a few more balls here tonight if she needs to have that aggression amped up earlier in the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to know when to trigger. And I mean, she was not in a position to hit that inside out. The ball was completely right at her body and couldn't have her arm going through.
Serve for Sabalenka, good. Zhang rolls a forehand just long, trying to go backhand corner. Sabalenka does get that opening hold despite some serving woes mixed in there.
First game.
Well, it's a great message to send from Zhang right away in the first game. I mean, if you have to hold and go through really a lot of work, it's telling that this is going to be a tough one here. You're going to have to think about putting more first serve if you're Sabalenka, and right now for Zhang, it's all about protecting your own serve.
Let's check in with Gil Gross for the first time. Gil, you've been here for the last couple of hours. I know how electric it was when Taylor Fritz picked up his victory a couple of hours ago. Just talk us through, very simply the mood courtside right now inside Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, a lot of fans settling in right now, Mike and Sophie. So excited to be with you guys for this one. I'll be interested to see what kind of pop Zhang Qinwen gets as the match continues, because we're in Flushing. 55% of the population in the immediate area around the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center is Asian, according to the latest census statistics, and she's always had a lot of support here in New York.
All right, thanks, Gil. And Gil will be with us checking in through the rest of the night. Zhang first serve from the near side misses long.
And it's a good point from Gail, because against, when she was on the court before this match, I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, there was such a huge Asian supporting her, and that's great to see.
Sabalenka just took advantage of a second serve, big return, then a big forehand finish to get it to love 15, and that is the biggest key, in my opinion, just that serve percentage and how much Sabalenka's attacking the second.
I agree. They both kind of mirror each other in the sense that,
Yes.
they need to really put pressure on the second serve.
Zhang, 21 years of age, serve good. Sabalenka chip return lane short. Zhang backhand up the line. Sabalenka forehand's going to be into the net. That is threading a needle at its finest there from Zhang.
Did you see that backhand slice down the line? The approach was absolutely perfect. When you come in tennis, it's better to go down the line, because you're going to mirror that ball when you're going to get set to hit the next ball. And if you are going cross court, you have to go all the way to your shots, and it's much longer to get there. But she didn't even have to hit a volley. It was too perfect.
15 all, misses the first serve. I do see now there is some tape on the hamstring, the left
Yeah, it was
hamstring for
higher,
Zhang.
I think, tonight.
But not the full tape job that we saw 2 nights ago. Second serve, good. Sabalenka forehand cross, dug out by Zhang, but it's going to miss wide. And 0 for 2 on her first 2 second serves. Zhang in trouble at 15-30.
Yep, there we go. I mean, this is exactly the tactic that you have to, put together when you're playing against Zhang. If she misses a first serve, you've got to attack the second serve. There's no doubt. 92 miles per hour second serve is not bad, but when you're Sabalenka, one of the best receiver, you know it could happen.
15-30 serve into the net for Zhang once again. And again, it has been an issue in first set. Sluggish starts for Zhang, finding that first serve. Has been able to elevate her level. Second serve good. Sabalenka forehand crushed up the line. Absolutely destroys that ball. Return winner, setting up 2 break chances.
Well, I said you have to protect your serve. It's not happening right now for Zhang at all.
Yeah, this is kind of the nightmare scenario here in this opening service game for Zhang. 1 of 4 so far on those first serves. This one missed long. Yikes. Second serve coming for Zhang. Tosses up, serve, good. Sabalenka back in, netted. So 30-40.
She got a break here.
Yeah.
I feel like Sabalenka is too far.
Too far back?
Yeah. I would move even forward. Did you see that last backhand? She had to reach to it.
True.
And she didn't have any more length just because of the two-hander.
85 miles per hour on that second serve. So yeah, probably has that opportunity to step in. 30-40 serve for Zhang into the net. We talked about slow starts, but 1 of 6 is beyond slow. Sluggish, sloth-like. Second serve here at 30-40. Pulls back that toss.
Well, we remember that the toss is really something really critical for Zhang.
Second serve good. Sabalenka back in cross. Zhang goes back in middle and misses it long. Quick break for Sabalenka, 2-love.
So that toss is tricky because she has like this hitch where she takes the toss, stop and go, and goes, and it really makes it so not consistent for her. And she hasn't, changed her toss. It's something that, I don't know. I mean, you would feel like you want something more consistent. It's not easy to change. It's almost like changing your grip. But I'm surprised that, maybe, it's difficult because you don't know if the players is against it. Maybe coaches have mentioned it. But, if the player's against it, you can't. You just can't. You have to either embrace it and go through the process. Otherwise, you just say, okay, got to do the best you can with that.
And that's a tough feeling out process for Pereriba, the coach for Zhang, but I think that will certainly be talked about at length here if this goes the same way as the previous 2 matchups go with Sabalenka. It's one thing when you're in that 60, 70, 80 range and you think, okay, I've got to make some real changes to get to 50 and beyond. When you're inside the top 10 and you're comparing yourself now to top 3, that's another jump that has to be made, and that's kind of where we're feeling it out right now. Sabalenka goes big forehand behind Zhang, who has to chip that ball short. Drop shot from Sabalenka's into the net. It's 15-all.
Well, guys, one of the reasons why it might be more difficult for Zhang and Pereriba to pull the trigger on a change is because it is one of the most dangerous serves in all of women's tennis. She ranks 2nd on the WTA Tour in ace rate, but if you look at percentage for the year, 92nd is where she ranks on tour. 51.9% over the course of this year.
Thank you so much, Gil. 15-all. Serve good out wide. Chip return lands on the tee. Sabalenka inside out forehand. Zhang lob. Sabalenka volley into the deuce corner for 30-15.
Yeah, so it's the question is, do you want to stay in the top 10? Do you want to go higher? And is that going to be important enough to make a difference? Because those are, obviously the uncertainty. I think it would.
We were talking about it last night in the Jannik Sinner situation, right? He completely changed from a platform to a pinpoint serve, and you can just see that things have increased dramatically here. We've got a Welsh flag in front of us right now, and I'm so confused, but I love it. I absolutely love it.
We have a window, so when we wave to people, we have a window. We look like a little bit of a fishbowl here when we and people are coming, and now we saw a Welsh flag coming, and people are saying hi. So when we wave, we wave at you, of course, when you're watching, but we also wave to people. So yeah, that was interesting. We haven't had that since ever.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Sabalenka, 40-15 here, really in command.
With game points, serve just long. That is the first double, and obviously always have to just kind of mention that with Sabalenka just based on past history, although the last 2 years, for the most part, have been pretty clean since she brought in that biomechanics coach 2 years ago in Cincinnati.
Yeah, she chased the demon of the serve demon. That was a tough year for her, for sure. Don't want to be #1 in double fault ever. Want to be #1 on the ranking.
So good return through the middle. Forehand for Sabalenka is into the net. It's going to be another deuce game here for Sabalenka.
Yep, and that is now her 5th unforced error. So you know that those are, you know, in check with the winners. She's +1 on winner counts with 6. But this is the kind of ball right here that she should not be missing. So now 40 all.
Toss goes up. Serve for Sabalenka. Good out wide. Zheng goes forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand. Oh my, bad miss into the bottom of the net. She looks over at her team in just disbelief. Break chance for Zheng after 3 straight misses here for Aryna Sabalenka.
Well, that was a much different pace, though, on the return. It was kind of a lofty return with no pace in it, and Sabalenka was almost 2 ahead of the ball to hit this and really topped it.
So with the break chance, serve for Sabalenka T is into the net. Zheng taking, much like she did against Donna Vekic 2 nights ago, about 5 steps forward towards the baseline. Ends about 6 feet behind it right now. Second serve for Sabalenka. Good to a Zheng backhand middle. Sabalenka rolls a forehand to a Zheng forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand middle. Zheng forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. Zheng retreats, hits a forehand to a Sabalenka forehand cross. Zheng forehand up the line, off the net, back onto her side. Deuce once again.
Maybe changing the direction a little bit too soon for Zheng. Although putting Sabalenka on the run is always better, just because when Sabalenka is set, you know you're going to pay the price. Unfortunately, this one on the tape coming back on her side. Have a chance here.
2 winners, 4 unforced errors right now for Zheng. 6 and 6 for Sabalenka, who serves at deuce, far side. Serve good. Chip return into the net this time. She's using that wide serve a lot on the deuce side early.
Which is smart, because Zheng's position is way far behind the baseline, and you know that if you hit a really short cross, you know, slice serve, it's going to go way, way away with the slice to your opponent, and it's very difficult to get to it and have a good hit.
With the game point now for Sabalenka T, just long. Again, you'll see these steps forward from Zheng, about 4 or 5 of them closer to the baseline.
Yeah, and then when the ball toss goes up, she's even moving even closer right on the baseline.
Second serve for Sabalenka. Good to a backhand Zheng up the line that misses long. So it's not been easy for Aryna Sabalenka, but she does have a break lead at 3-love in quarterfinal action here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak joining you here. Gil Gross is courtside for us. Sabalenka with a 3-love lead. Ted Lasso himself is here. Jason Sudeikis has made an appearance for the 2nd straight night. A little giddy on the inside.
Well, Iga Swiatek was giddy.
Yes.
She was saying that she saw him and she's like, oh, wow. You know, she was a little bit starstruck.
I am too. Serve is good from Zheng out wide. Chip return into the net for 15-love. It's one of the biggest parts, I think, of this tournament in particular, just the celebrities that, that show up at this incredible event here. The red carpet. Carpet,
yep.
I can speak.
Okay.
I'm a radio broadcaster. Carpet right outside the main entrance there with all the photographers, the paparazzi. Chip return. Zhang goes forehand into the deuce corner. Sabalenka can't keep up. 2 straight first serves. 2 easy points for 30 love.
Just so perfect. The serve giving her a short reply, finally getting some joy on the first serve, and dealt with that low, very low slice return with a ton of top spin acceleration from low to high to go cross-court winner for Zhang.
Serve at 30 love is into the net. Second serve upcoming here for Zhang. Again, a very high ball toss herself. Serve good. Sabalenka goes back in middle, misses by about 6 feet. Game points here for Zhang.
40 love.
What an impressive, really, year for Sabalenka when you think of it. Into the quarterfinal at US Open for 4 years in a row. And the first woman to do so since somebody very big, Serena Williams. So anything that gets you close to any of the history made by Serena Williams, you know you've done something right.
Serve for at 40 love is good. It's an ace for Zhang.
She's on the board.
Love, yeah, 3-1 now, and has to feel positive about the fact that she has put herself into the 2 Sabalenka service games.
You reading my mind.
We've worked together way too much.
It's ridiculous. I was going to say that. Sexy.
But that's what you have to. That's the way you have to look at it at this stage.
I think we're not the only one thinking the same thing, but it is true. Definitely true.
So Sabalenka here from the near side at 3-1. Serve out wide, misses wide again, trying to hit that slider at 105. Second serve upcoming here for Sabalenka, who's serving 12 of 20. Serve good. Zhang goes forehand to a Sabalenka forehand up the line. Slice back from Zhang. Volley. Sabalenka misses just long. She does the splits on the court. Make sure she's fine. She gets up, looks to the heavens, not happy with that backhand volley. It's love 15.
Didn't have to hit it that hard, just pretty much putting it to that side. She would have won the point. You don't want to go deep with that kind of volley. She did do a full split, by the way. That's pretty impressive, how flexible that was.
That hurt me.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah, I would have had to get a crank to get me up.
Serve off the net and wide. I think a body part might have ripped off of for me. One of my legs just gone at that stage.
You'd still be there.
Still be there.
Waiting for it.
15-second serve. Zhang goes through the middle. Sabalenka backhand. Zhang goes forehand inside out. Misses it long again. Trying to show that shape and depth. Just missing for 15 all.
Well, I'm sure you guys talked about it the other night, but I'm curious what your thoughts are, Sophie, on Zhang's ultra deep first serve return position.
Well, I don't like it on the deuce side, to tell you the truth, because that's where you can get vulnerable with the slice of a righty. And I'm surprised that Sabalenka just went to the tee, actually body, left hip, and it worked, because that created the forced error of the backhand return of Zhang. I'm okay with the on the outside because she's righty, so for her to push her outside, she has to kick really, and she doesn't kick on the first serve.
Serve tee good. Sabalenka's going to have a backhand, goes cross. Zhang goes backhand up the line, misses into the net. Game points here for Sabalenka.
40-15.
Yeah, certainly the wide serve is the counter to that tactic, but almost every tactic has some sort of counter. I think there are so many benefits that Zhang might get from that position. Just extra time for her long swings to not get rushed.
Again, middle, Sabalenka goes drop shot, misses that one. Yeah, normally I typically agree with you, but it feels
40,
like, Gil, I think in this particular matchup, with the fact that Sabalenka's already shown that willingness just to keep going slider, 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 I just think that Zhang's going to have to make an adjustment, because I don't think it's going to be effective
Well,
tonight.
the last two, she didn't do any sliders, so that for that reason, I would agree with you.
Yes.
But I think that Sabalenka needs to think about using that slice on the due side if
Agreed.
she sees that she's so far, and maybe even serve and volley and cover the line, because to go cross court after that, good luck of the return.
Game point still. Serve out wide is an ace for Aryna Sabalenka as she gets it to 4-1. But I mean, ultimately, this is kind of the beauty of the sport, right?
Sabalenka
You have your
leads.
game plan coming in, you have your opponent's game plan. Now you have to make an adjustment to see what they're doing. And yeah, I'm fascinated by this dynamic because it started out with Sabalenka just hitting slider, slider, slider. Now she's gone body and tee over the last couple of deuce points. And how does that adaptation make it? You know, how does that work?
Apparently still working. So it's, you know, it's a non-issue because the return of serve is not good enough on off the first serve in this game. But, you know, again, the 40% of first serve in for Zhang is not enough. That's why she was broken, and she needs to really make sure, as we are looking now, right now on our screen, at Roger Federer. Oh,
Man.
boy, what a great sight that is.
It really is. It's good to see him back here in New York.
Yep.
You know, I can say, I'm going to just go personal here for a second, Sophie. Of the big four on the men's side, he's the one that I didn't get to interview. It still just is a little bit frustrating.
Oh, it's never over.
It's
you
never
know.
over.
One day maybe.
What?
Well, you can run to the suite and come back.
Excuse me. I'm gonna,
he's going now. He's going.
To be clear, they did not show him in here, so I still haven't experienced the crowd
yeah,
reaction.
they didn't show well because he's not. He's
Spoiler
inside
alert,
the suite.
Sophie
Sorry.
Amiaf. Come on now.
I'm so sorry. He's in the suite, but it will probably come out at some point and do a big wave. So
yeah.
You'll have a chance. But he's inside right now. I don't think he stepped outside. We see him through the glass, shaking some hands he's in one of his main sponsors' suite.
Yes, and of course we all knew that he was coming. He posted about it the other day on IG. So yeah, I know there were a lot of players who were excited to see him, and the fans here, no doubt, as well. So Zhang, a lot of scoreboard pressure for her right now. Had a nice, comfortable hold to love in her last. Serving at 1-4. Serve is into the net from the near side right now. And again, just really struggling to find that consistency on the first serve. 4 of her first 11 at this moment. Second serve, good. Sabalenka forehand middle. Zhang, wow, mishit on that backhand side into, well, almost the service line. That's about it. It's love 15.
Well, it's a lot of power coming and generated from Sabalenka. And again, you know, it was the footwork and was not really quick enough to respond to that. She really needs to find first serves. I mean, she did have an ace so far, but 36% of first serve, that's horrible.
Serve out wide is wide. And well, on those seconds, she's 2 of 7.
Right. And the 4th times that she put a first serve in, guess what? Won all 4. Second serve again.
At love 15, 1-4 in this opening set. Serve good. Sabalenka goes backhand cross. Zhang has to dig out a backhand. Sabalenka forehand rolled to a Zhang forehand cross. Sabalenka rolls a forehand middle, misses it long. It's 15 all.
Just remember, 52% is her average. So if she's 40%, she's 10% under. If she's 60%, she's 10% over. Like the entire range when it comes to Zhang's first serve percentage is almost a different orientation than what we're used to.
I agree, but you know, she's one who has had, after that first ace, that she had 50 aces for that Zhang, and the only player to serve 50 plus aces at multiple WTA level events in 2024 after her 54 at the Australian Open. So somewhere, somehow, when it's in, it's good. It's just not enough, right, Gil?
Right, exactly.
Sabalenka just missed a return, pulled it into the doubles alley for 30-15. Winner, of course, getting Emma Navarro 2-5 earlier today over Paula Badosa.
It's a great day for the Americans so far. Will they get a 3-4-3 today is the question, with Tiafoe playing later on.
30-15, serve out wide, misses well wide, well long. Second serve here for Zhang. Improve the percentage on second serve effectiveness just a little here the last couple minutes. Serve good. Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang goes backhand up the line, misses into the net. Again, that big pace into the body doing the damage. It's 30 all.
And really, I mean, both sides have pretty big swing, as Gil mentioned, long swing. The backhand probably a little bit less than the forehand, but in all, if the ball comes fast, you have to make up the time that your opponent's pace of ball is coming right at you. You got to go faster with your loop, with your preparation.
He's going to get another look at a first serve here at 30 all. Sabalenka, her return position is significantly closer, probably 8 feet back behind the baseline. So good. Sabalenka rolls it back into a Zhang forehand cross. Sabalenka tracks that down. Zhang now going inside out with the forehand. Misses wide into the doubles alley. Break chance for Sabalenka, who's 1 of 2.
Footwork's not there. I don't know if she's a little bit tight because of the occasion and being on ash. And I mean, she's obviously was on ash when she played against Vekic, so she should be used to the conditions.
Perry Riba definitely showing some signs of worry here about how this game plan is playing out. It's another missed first serve here for Zhang. 5 of 16 now. Second serve upcoming. Sabalenka at the baseline gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Zhang inside out forehand. Sabalenka backhand slice up the line. Zhang goes forehand cross. Sabalenka tracks that down. Squash shot. Zhang drop shot. Oh my, she didn't even get it to the net. Completely indecisive there from Zhang, and she has been pushed around here in this scoreboard, showing 5-1 in favor of Sabalenka.
Yeah, not exactly the execution she wanted on that last drop shot. Completely missed it. Just probably a little bit trying to make it too good in decision, and it was, you know, it's a tough shot to hit under pressure when you're on break point.
So Sabalenka trying to shut down set number 1, 5-1, waiting for the crowd to settle just a little bit. 30 minutes into this match. Now ready to go. Toss goes up, serve, good. Zhang forehand middle misses long. It's 15 love.
Wow. 15 love. It's going very fast, to say the least.
Well, now we're starting to look at it here. Again, the scores here. This is set number 5 between the two of them. 6-1, 6-4, 6-3, 6-2. And now, in theory here, 6-1. Serve good. Zhang goes backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. Zhang tracks that down, just lands it in. Now steps into a forehand up the line. Nowhere close to the court. 30 love.
Yeah, it's, right now she's just not able to find any way, and I'm surprised really to find out that she's not really doing anything better than she's done in the past. If anything, it's getting worse.
Sabalenka 2 points away from this first set. 30 love serve from the far side into the net. So second serve here. Sabalenka winning 5 of 10 second serve points here tonight. Toss goes up from her. Serve is long. Her second double of the night. I would also say that I don't know that she's incredibly thrilled with her own performance, Sophie.
Well,
I mean, I don't know that she's ever thrilled, but
I don't think. I mean, I don't think there's really a big match going on here. I mean, I think, you know, for Sabalenka, she's doing the minimum, and it's working.
In middle, Sabalenka goes forehand long. 30 all. Yeah, this is, I mean, listen, Zhang's -6 on the winner to unforced error count. Sabalenka is -5. But really, the big difference just being the fact that Sabalenka is serving 63%, Zhang serving 31%, and there's more opportunity on one side of the court in a very distinct way.
That's pretty much it.
30 all. Serve, Sabalenka good. Zhang, again, with that deep position, gets burned. She has to reach for that return, misses it well long, and a set point for Sabalenka.
Yeah, I think she's recognizing the really where Zhang is standing, and I think even shorter in the box will be probably an ace on the due side.
40-30, set point, Sabalenka. Serve T netted. I'm going to be very interested to see if Perry Riba is a little bit more vocal in terms of getting Zhang's attention after this first set, making some adjustments on the returns. Second serve hits the net and long.
This is a big opportunity here with 2 double faults in this game for Zhang, and you know, if you can't win a game when your opponent is double faulting twice, it means you're not doing much.
Combined 23 unforced errors between the two of them. Serve good. Zhang through the middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Zhang digs it out. Volley from Sabalenka off the net. Good forehand. Zhang. Sabalenka backhand volley. Zhang misses the ensuing forehand into the net. Another set point upcoming.
Well, just a little bit stronger here. Power again, and what a volley. I mean, she got a little lucky and to get to it. Zhang a little bit, I think, rushing on that last shot. Didn't really know what to do.
Fully agree. So another set point number 2 for Sabalenka from the far side. Serve is a let, going body. Despite that extra bonus out call. Will be another first serve coming here for the world number 2, two-time Australian Open champion. Trying again with his first serve is Aryna Sabalenka. Serve, good. Zhang back into a Sabalenka forehand up the line. Zhang tracks down a forehand, lands on the baseline, and Sabalenka can't handle that. Good depth, good pace into the body. Back to deuce.
Much better. I mean, she's putting balls back in play, Zhang, and the down the middle, I think, is a great play against Sabalenka. Doesn't open any angles, and you know, she's tall, and to move around the ball, it's not that simple, that easy. So good on Zhang to hang in there.
On top of it, the fact that she is spraying as much as she is, and just the fact that you're increasing the margin by putting it into the middle of the court certainly can help a little bit, find some rhythm. Misses another return from that deep position on the deuce side.
That one's just got to go cross from that far back. You're not going to be able to do any damage down the line. It's exactly what Sophie said earlier. If you go down the line, you have to be in an offensive position.
Yeah, the traveling from that position to down the line is taking way too long. You're right about that.
Set point number 3, serve up the tee. Sabalenka backhand up the line, running forehand from Zhang, misses out wide. 6-1 first set for Aryna Sabalenka. We'll take a break and analyze that first set when we come back here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And Sophie Amiak in the booth. Gil Gross courtside. Pulled up some of the advanced statistics about the returns here, and just looking at the deuce court effectiveness for Sabalenka versus the ad court, it's nuts. She's lost 2 points on the deuce court on her first serve, and is having a lot more trouble, losing a total of 7 points on the ad court, just because, again, that deuce court return position from Zhang is just completely not getting it done.
It is not effective. Yeah, I mean, something's going to have to change if Zhang wants to have a chance in this match. A couple things. Obviously, she needs more first serves in. There's no doubt. Go to the middle of the box right now, because again, same thing as the middle of the court from the baseline. Give yourself bigger margin for her. And then as far as the return position, I would move forward a little more to close out on that deuce side especially, and really be more aggressive if you are able to get a second serve. For Sabalenka, keep the course, just do what you've been doing and attack the second serve as much as possible to put the pressure on Zhang.
And especially here in this opening game of the second, considering how the 2 matches plus 1 set have played out, if Sabalenka gets an early break here, you just find yourself shaking your head and wondering if Zhang's going to be able to overcome that mentally. But serving from the far side right now is Zhang, serving out wide, missing wide, and she ended at 31%, 5 of 16 with her own first serves in the first set. Second serve here for Zhang. That second is into the bottom of the net. It's a double fault, first of the night. And Sophie, this is, I think both of us had high hopes for this match coming in. Knowing the previous score lines, this just hasn't been it.
Well, I was looking at the way that the evolution of Zhang, you know, from last year Australian Open, and I don't see really much improvement of how she's playing against Sabalenka. And now Sabalenka is very loose in relief. And how about a return serve on the first serve, down the line winner? You know, need to serve probably the body a lot more, but that's the second winner from off the return for Sabalenka. So love 30. This is not a good start in the second set.
Zhang's serve on this first serve at love 30 misses into the net, was trying to go tee and would have missed wide by about 6 feet. Second serve here for Zhang. As Sabalenka looks to continue to exploit the second, returns through the middle. Zhang backhand, Sabalenka forehand cross, good. Zhang squash shot into the net. 3 break chances for Aryna Sabalenka.
It is not looking good, and the stats are not good either for Zhang. She's yet to defeat a WTA top 10 player from a set down, coming into this match with a record of 0-11 after losing the first versus top 10.
Something's got to give.
Yeah, well, doesn't look
Might not be
it's
tonight,
going that
but
way.
something's got to give. It's an ace there. Second of the night. Went T, 105. Still 15-40, 2 more chances here for Sabalenka, who is 2 of 4 on the night. Serve good. Sabalenka backhand into the net. Couple of first serves there for Zhang, fighting off the first 2 break chances. Third one upcoming.
Can she get out of that hole? That's the question, really.
At 30-40. Again, with that unique toss, serve misses long. Sabalenka pretty close to the first serve position, maybe one big step forward, starts 1 foot behind the baseline. She'll get inside of it before the ball makes contact. Backhand from her goes cross. Zhang goes backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. On the run is Zhang, forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang misses a backhand inside out into the doubles alley, and 4 games on the trot here for Aryna Sabalenka, set and a break to the good, looking for what would be her 4th straight semifinal or better result here at the US Open.
Yeah, she's just too powerful right now, and Zhang is triggering a bit too soon, I think, in this match. She had a couple good points at the beginning of the match in that first opening game, really, when she triggered early and was successful, but it's not working right now.
Yeah, I think she's completely overplaying. Say what you will about the serve and the return, and obviously that's been an issue for Zhang, but once they're in the rallies, this is almost disorienting. Sabalenka is the one who's playing with more discipline and patience, and it's Zhang kind of hitting herself out of these points.
I don't think there's any doubt about that, although the unforced error count is actually pretty high for both, but it's also been a lot of what have been termed forced errors on the Zhang side, specifically on the forehand. She has 12 forced errors on that forehand side, so Sabalenka is really getting some errors from that side in particular. She gets it to 15 love pretty quickly here. From the far side, serve good. Zhang back in through the middle. Sabalenka forehand is into the net. It's 15 all.
See that point right here? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Go down the middle, right at her. Push her back. She's having a lot of talk with someone.
With somebody in the box.
I'm not sure.
It's pointing at somebody
asking
him
to
to leave.
You're kidding.
I don't think. Yeah,
Wow.
it's not Perry Riba.
No, it's not Perry
They were
Riba.
all. Everybody was looking at each other. Who was she talking to? Backhand through the middle. Sabalenka goes inside out forehand. Zhang lobs. Sabalenka retreats. That ball did miss long, but yeah, she was clearly pointing angrily at her box with her racket, and it felt like one of those moments where she's saying, "I want that person gone," but nobody was exactly clear who.
Even Perry Riba is like, what's going on?
Yeah, felt very out of character there for a couple of seconds, but this whole match has kind of felt a little bit out of character as well. Serve at 30-15, good. Chip return and short, but good. Drop shot Sabalenka. Zhang just does get a racket on it, but not good racket. Game points for Sabalenka.
40-15.
And moving very quickly in return points right now is Aryna Sabalenka. Really good hand skills to change grips there to get to that drop shot at the last second. 40-15 serve. Good. Zhang forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand up the line to a Zhang backhand that's going to miss by 6 feet either way. 2-love, 5 games on the trot now.
Sabalenka leads 2 games to
Are you seeing anything, Gil, out there with Zhang talking to her box? And did you see anything like that, or are you on the opposite side?
I'm on the side facing Zhang's box. I have not seen anybody get up and leave, but I did see another gesture from Zhang. I couldn't really tell. It was, I agree with Mike. It almost looked like a get out of here kind of gesture.
Yeah, this is a flummoxing last, I guess we'd say 45 minutes or so, about an hour since they arrived on court, and just, you can hear it from this crowd, right? It's just so incredibly flat because it is at this moment a blowout, and it just is certainly disheartening, especially as Gil mentioned at the outset, so many Asian fans who have come here wanting to see Zhang join Li Na and Peng Shuai as Chinese players who have reached the semifinals here at the US Open. Na doing it in 13, Peng Shuai in 14. It's been 10 years. And at this rate, it's going to have to be wait till next year. Trying again with his first serve at love 2. It is an ace. Third of the night. Zhang trying to settle here, taking an extra couple of seconds, looking over for Sabalenka to make sure she's in the right position, ready to go here at 15 love. Serve good. Sabalenka chips a backhand with good depth.
Right
That was an abbreviated swing, but it actually ended up having incredible depth right onto the baseline.
I think that skid off the line, and she got caught again with the speed of the return, but the depth and the line, that's a bad trifecta here for
Just
Zhang.
the way she made contact, it looked like it was going to come short, and then all of a sudden it's on the baseline. 15 all, serve good. Sabalenka chip return into the net, 30-15.
That's a great serve, very smart, going wide with a little slider and a slice short in the box. It worked very well.
Sabalenka just looking very cool and calm right now. Hasn't been pushed, and that certainly does help. 30-15 serve for Zhang, good. Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang goes forehand cross court. Sabalenka trying to track it down, just barely gets the racket on it. Game points for Zhang.
40-15.
Well, she needs to stay close in the score if she wants to have a chance here.
Serving significantly better in this set. 7 of 10, however.
Yeah, she still didn't win 1 point on the second serve.
For 3 there. Pulls back her toss. 4 of 14 on the night, 29%. Serve here. Out wide is wide. Going into the match, had won 45% of her second serve points for this fortnight. So that has decreased significantly with the results so far here. Second serve at 40-15. Good. Sabalenka backhand up the line. Yes, ma'am. Return winner once again. 40-30.
40-30.
I mean, 84 miles per hour, and I mean, she picks her target before she returns the serve, you know, Sabalenka, and most players actually, you know, it doesn't matter where it goes, you pick the target. Are you going cross court? Are you going to the forehand or the backhand of your opponent? And then execute, and she did it perfectly here.
Game point again for Zhang, misses first serve long, trying to go tee. Second serve. Cross court, Zhang digs that out up the line. Sabalenka goes forehand middle. Zhang goes forehand inside out. Sabalenka backing cross is going to miss. So Zhang does get on the scoreboard, but damage again has been done early. Setting a break for Aryna Sabalenka here at US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express, and the moment has happened. The crowd erupted at the change of ends as Roger Federer was shown on the Jumbotron, and it got this crowd standing up, and it was, frankly, Mike and Sophie, the loudest cheer of the night.
That's kind of telling. Serve out wide, and another missed return from Zhang. She was finally, was Sabalenka going serve and volley with that slider out wide, and still no adjustment on the return position. It's just getting burned there.
I find that absolutely amazing that, you know, she's not trying to adapt to the situation right now, Zhang, and not changing anything because it went so well in the first set.
Serve good. Zhang forehand misses long.
30 love.
Wow. Out of sorts, completely out of sorts, Zhang tonight. It's too bad. Not that it's over, but she's going to have to find it very quickly here.
30
minutes.
love at 2-1. Serve Sabalenka misses long. I think I'm flummoxed by the fact that we have as much data as Perry Riba, the coach, does in his box to be able to look at all of those numbers that we referenced in terms of specifically the deuce side serving. Serve good. Zhang back into a Sabalenka, forehand cross. Now steps into a backhand cross. Zhang there, backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand to a Zhang forehand cross. Sabalenka forehand cross with an incredible angle at the forehand winner for 40 love. So back to my point, Perry Riba has all of those stats in front of him.
Yeah, they have tablets now. The coaches have tablets. They can't show it to the players, but they can definitely talk to them and say, hey, do this, do that, you know, comparing and looking at the stats as you mentioned. So yeah, it's very, very strange.
Backhand from Zhang to a Sabalenka forehand cross that lands on the baseline. Now Sabalenka backhand up the line, chipped back by Zhang. Sabalenka drop shot in behind it. Zhang forehand, Sabalenka volley misses long. That went right through the body of Sabalenka. She did do well to get racket on it.
That was going 10 feet long.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that was not going anywhere near the court. Sabalenka should not have volleyed that.
I don't think she had any chance of getting out of the way, though. The heat and where she was into the court, we're getting a look. Yeah, she had no chance of really getting the racket out of the way there. Yeah, but she certainly knew that it was going to go long, just next to impossible with that pace right into your right shoulder. Still, game points at 40-15. Serve is a let. Try this again with the first serve. 53 minutes in, serve good. Zhang forehand middle. Sabalenka goes backhand middle. Zhang backhand running forehand for Sabalenka up the line to a Zhang backhand cross. Sabalenka digs that out. Zhang backhand middles into the net. 3-1.
Well, you have to give a little bit of credit to how well Sabalenka is really playing this match. She's not making that many mistakes. I think 14 on fours to 11, 11 winners, and she's really counter punching herself and really moving well to the attack of Zhang, who in that last exchange was the one who made the unforced error. So, in all, Sabalenka not making as many unforced that she could have made with some of those exchanges where Zhang was in control.
Zhang serving from the far side at 1-3. Serve not even close to the box, trying to go out wide. Average rally length in this match, 2.7. Again, not surprising with all those missed returns. Second serve here for Zhang. Good to a Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang forehand roll to a Sabalenka forehand cross. Zhang forehand middle. Sabalenka rolls a forehand with good depth. Zhang inside out forehand. Sabalenka digs out a backhand lob. Stepping in is Zhang with a forehand inside out, missed into the net. It's love 15.
Love 15.
It's good retrieval skills again from Sabalenka, because those balls before were very deep, and Zhang has, is not able to finish that shot. She had a chance, just the execution is pretty poor tonight. Going down at impact with that ball, clipping on the net below actually the net court.
15 serve again into the doubles alley. 50% for this second set on the serve percentage. Second serve, good. Sabalenka backhand up the line is good. It's another return winner, and it's love 30.
Yeah, she's smart. She's the smartest of the two out there. She's just know exactly the tactic, and she's applying it very well right now.
12th winner of the night for Sabalenka, 5 of them in this second set. So the 4th return winner. Love 30 serve. She pulls back her toss, does Zhang. 55 minutes into this one. At love 30, serve T is an ace.
30.
She has won in all 3 service games here in this set. So 15-30 now. 3 in the set, 4 on the night. 111, that last serve up the tee. Serve here at 15-30, good. Somehow got through Sabalenka, stayed under her racket, might have clipped it just a little bit. Yeah, they did not credit her with an ace, so we'll say it did hit the frame.
Yep, I think she touched it. So, but better on the serve right here. Definitely, she's 1-7 in winning points on the second serve in this set. So she's got to protect her.
This is out wide. That was at least a close miss.
Yep, here comes the second serve. Let's see what Sabalenka does. Her favorite return down the line when she can put a lot of pace on it.
Well, it's into the net. No return needed. Double fault, and it's not surprising to have one factor in here at some point, considering how Sabalenka has returned. Break chance here. Feeling very much like a match point.
This is an awful night for Zhang tonight. I mean, is she paying the price for all those 3 setters, and especially the one that she had against Vekic? That was tough physically and mentally. It was very humid that night.
Late serve T is long. Got nearly 9 hours on court, and it seems to be factoring in here tonight, plus the Olympics, plus incredible.
Plus.
Yeah, second serve good. Sabalenka goes backhand into the middle of the net. It's deuce.
She's be upset at herself on this one. I still think that she's too far to return that serve. It's barely coming to her racket. She needs to attack it. 73 miles per hour. That's exactly what it is. And it was not even deep in the box. You've got to move forward and try to take that earlier.
So given a second life here in this game is Zhang at deuce, serve, T, net. Second serve here for Zhang, 2 of 9 now in this set, 6 of 20 on the night. Second serve good. Sabalenka backhand inside out to a Zhang forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand crosses into the net. Couple of misses for her off of that backhand wing. Zhang with a game point.
Yep, Zhang saying thank you very much. I'll take it. Again, she's got to stay close. Closer you stay in the score, even though she was broken in the opening game of that second set. Down the set 6-1. You have to stay close in the score. You never know what can happen. This is tennis.
Serve, good. Sabalenka backhand middle. Run around forehand for Zhang, misses another one.
Oh.
Deuce.
It's crazy, amazing.
It's so hard to watch
16 unforced.
Both of them actually have 16 unforced.
Yeah, but double the amount for of winners for Zhang. I mean, at least Sabalenka has 12 winners.
And the slew of forced errors that she's continuing to cause. 16 now on the forehand side of Zhang of forced errors. Serve, good. Sabalenka forehand cross. Zhang forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand cross. Zhang gets to it, but it's into the net. Sabalenka with another break chance.
Advantage.
3 of 7 on the night.
It's almost like Sabalenka reads really well the forehand down the line on the run of Zhang. She was there so early to be able to redirect cross court. No way Zhang could get that back.
The tape on the back of the hamstring for Zhang starting to peel off right now. Facing a break chance. Serve out wide is just long. So we're just about to hit the 1 hour mark for this one. 8th break chance of the night for Sabalenka. She gets a backhand, goes into the middle. Zhang misses the ensuing backhand into the net. It's been all Arena Sabalenka here tonight. 4-1, 2-break lead in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
At 1-7.
Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak, and Gil Gross here. As Aryna Sabalenka about to serve here at 4-1 from far side of the court. Let's talk about, while we're keeping an eye on this, obviously it's now set in 2 breaks, just talk a little bit about Emma Navarro, Sophie, and just obviously reaching a semifinal here, just the continued improvement. Did all that work late last year to get into a seeded position at the Australian Open at the start of the year, and just the incredible progress she has made through this 2024 campaign.
Well, what I loved was I read today, and what I read about her thanking her dad for being so supportive, and the fact that he believed in her so much. And you know, it's always so good to know that, you know, parents are not pushy, but they're really supporting you. And I think that that's the balance that she had. I think that it's tremendous, you know, what kind of an athlete she became. I mean, at first I didn't think that she was, you know, that great when I first saw her in Charleston playing, when she had a wild card in the tournament that her father owns, by the way. And then, you know, little by little, the next year I was like, that's Navarro? Are you kidding? I mean, she got in such great shape. She worked so hard. She's like a complete different player. Her mentality, her poise on the court, and a respect for the game. I just love to listen to, you know, her and Jessica Pegula, to me, are a little bit of, you know, the same story if you look at the background of where they come from. They don't need to play tennis. I mean, these kids are, you know, wealthy from parents who are wealthy, and, you know, there's no need for them to prove anything. They could have a very easy life, but instead they're very hungry into the sport that they love. They work hard, and you know, yes, in a way it's also probably very easy and easier to not have, you know, that pressure when you first start of the money, because it costs a lot of money to play tennis and to start. So it's definitely helpful. But if you don't have the guts, the mind, you know, and the legs to do it after that, you're not going to become, you know, a top 10 player. And, well, on her way, she will be top 10 by next ranking. So I really love her game. You know, she has an all-court game. She can do everything. She's solid everywhere. I think the next step for her would be to try to have a little bit more power, acceleration, where she can hurt even more with her shot. But otherwise, very complete game. And same thing with, you know, when you look at, you know, Pegula, same thing as Sabalenka, by the way, up now a set on 5-1, and Zhang trying to stay in this match. I think Pegula is the same. You know, she is putting a little bit more. She's quicker on the court. She's been working on that to get, you know, to more balls. I think the training on court is really paying off. And on the other side, she's also improved her serve. I think she can definitely find a way to get more acceleration in her shot, where she can be even more aggressive and develop something more of a weapon. Yeah. But to arrive already in the top 10 and stay there, because she's been there for a while now, impressive. And let's hope that she can, you know, go through and go past that quarterfinal mark, which is really the goal. Yeah, of course. I'm talking about Pegula, of course.
And one thing is, it is 15-love here in this 1-5 service game. The fact that Pegula, in fact, you know, after her win, she talked a little bit about Emma Navarro, and she said, you guys don't really know, but she has this great personality. And I think, especially as, you know, being an American, wanting to see the growth of American tennis, if we see more of that personality, I think will be a very positive thing. In the midst of a long rally here, 15-love, Sabalenka missing a forehand on the run, hits the ground once again, almost doing the splits for the second time tonight, 30-love.
Yeah, it was a great point from Zhang, really retrieving a ton of balls, and it paid off after the drop shot, being able to change direction, get to that ball, and never slice back and down the line that won the point. Sabalenka not able to hit a winner or hit a pass off the approach shot with the slice. That was difficult to play. It keeps going away from her. And she didn't have a split. You're right. That's 2 splits now.
And she was mad at herself for not making the pass.
I mean, of course she was mad. She should be mad.
So at 30-love here on the Zhang serve from the near side. Misses wide. It's a double fault.
There's like nothing she can hold on to right now, Zhang. I mean, throughout this match, you know, all of a sudden she has a great point, and now a double fault. It's like puts you up, you know, feeling, oh yeah, I'm getting a little bit, and then boom, brings you back down.
So 30-15 in this 1-5 service game. Serve for Zhang, good. Sabalenka chip return into the net. Did hit the 1 hour mark a couple minutes ago. Take that as a positive, I suppose.
Yes.
We're looking for anything at this stage.
They 1-on-1, by the way, Sabalenka, you know, who would be playing against Navarro if she was to come through, which looks like it might happen. They 1-on-1.
Might?
Well, hey, listen, I've seen things happen.
know.
Trust me. I've seen
seen
come
things
back
too.
before, so. But Sabalenka, and they played twice this year, and Sabalenka won at Roland Garros on the clay 2 and 3, but it was a 3-setter at the Indian Wells tournament where Navarro won 6-2 in the third, 6-3, 3-6, 6-2. So, you know, those are important, you know, head-to-head when you think about it, if they were to play each other in the next round.
Also, let's think a little bit about Sabalenka and this New York crowd.
Well,
playing against an American,
yeah,
much like she did last year in the final against Coco Gauff, how much that might have factored into that result last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely the crowd helped Coco. I think Coco helped Coco as well a lot. I think Sabalenka helped Coco a lot also.
Yes.
She was up a set, and that first game of the match should have been going the way of Sabalenka. But, you know, again, it's tennis, and we've seen this happening, you know, in many ways, shape, or form. So, but it's going to be a factor to have the whole, you know, the crowd against you for sure, because everybody is warming up to Emma Navarro right now.
Yeah, it's great to see her getting the recognition that she has deserved. I was doing some reading this morning as well, just about that trip at the end of the year where she played, if you will, below her level, just to make sure she was seeded at the Australian Open, so she would have again that opportunity to be into the third round before facing a seed. Smart cookie, but again,
Yep.
has that opportunity.
How many players do that and then they don't have the results that they were expecting
Right.
to have?
Well, you got to try, you know. I mean, if you're not in there, you always have to try, but you're right.
Right,
She's the one who did it.
And she was just incredibly successful. She
Right.
destroyed the ITFs.
I agree.
All right, Sabalenka serving for a spot in the semifinals. And here at 5-2, goes serve out wide, then a backhand, now goes backhand cross and misses into the net. It's love 15. One of the rare times where she loses a point after serving out wide, but it's on her own terms, missing that backhand into the net. 18th unforced error of the night, but 14 winners to offset it. Serve here at love 15, just a bit long, trying to go backhand body.
Just doesn't feel that way, though. You know, I know the unforced error count is high for Sabalenka, but it's felt cleaner than her opponent.
Second serve good. Zhang back into a Sabalenka backhand middle. Zhang forehand middle. Sabalenka goes forehand inside out to a Zhang backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand cross. Zhang goes backhand into the net.
Well, I did feel it is cleaner in the sense that she has 14 winners and Zhang only 9, and now 20 unforced errors for Zhang for 18 on the other side. So
I also keep bringing this up, but 17 forced errors in the forehand to forehand trade, right?
yeah, which is huge.
And let's remember, the person who decides unforced versus forced, it's subjective.
That's true. Serve into the net at 15 all.
We're going really in a philosophical now discussion. Let's
6-1-5-2,
tell
Sophie.
us about how you feel about that.
Second serve, good. It's an ace
Yep.
for Sabalenka, taking that
she might have
short
tipped
angle.
it. Did they count it as an ace? Because she
They
might have
did?
tipped it. No,
Okay.
she tipped it.
Tipped the
Yeah,
racket.
I saw that. But again, it's
That's
that white
objective, just to be clear.
serve. Okay. All right. Semantics. Anyway.
The point being, she's 2 points away from closing
Point
this
being
one
is,
out.
This looks like she's going to play Navarro.
Serve at 30-15 T. Chip return lands good. Forehand for Sabalenka. Zhang goes forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. Just misses the back of the baseline. It's 30 all.
Aha. And the plot thickens.
Does it though?
I'm kidding.
We'll see.
Well,
If
we'll
she
see.
gets the one back, then I'm willing to have a talk. Because you know just as well as I do, 5-2 is one thing, but then you have the nerves potentially in a
Listen,
5-4 service game.
We've seen come
some
back
wild
from
things.
nowhere.
30 all, serve, good. Zhang goes forehand middle, that misses long, it's match point.
Look, I don't speak and talk about myself too much, but I was down in the last round of qualies here at the US Open. A set, 5 love, 40 love. I won the match.
Okay.
And trust me,
If Sophie can do it.
if I can do it.
Match
that was,
point.
at the time, that was big because you didn't have entry into the building, you know. So, yeah, that was big.
I'm glad you have entry into the building now.
Kate Gumpert. She probably doesn't want to remember me even mentioning your name. Sorry,
Very nice
Kate.
of you to shout her out there. Second serve here for Sabalenka on match point. That's good to a Zheng backhand middle. Sabalenka rolls a forehand. Zheng goes inside out backhand. Squash shot from Sabalenka is going to miss long. We're at deuce.
Well, we've seen that backhand, and she's tried it many times. She had a few of them where she put Sabalenka on the back foot and got a forced error. This one on the match point, why not?
At deuce. Tosses up, serve for Sabalenka, good. Zheng backhand, Sabalenka goes forehand cross, squash shot from Zheng. Sabalenka in behind a forehand, Zheng backhand, volley from Sabalenka, perfectly diced into the deuce corner to set up match point number 2.
Can't hit it any better than this. That backhand volley right at her body. Didn't make the same mistake that she did earlier by hitting it and overhitting it. Went short, wide, and that did the trick.
Can she close it out here? Aryna Sabalenka looking for the semifinals. Toss is up. Serve is good. Chip return is into the net. Aryna Sabalenka cruise control tonight for the 4th straight year into the U.S. Open semifinals. 6-1, 6-2 over Qinwen Zheng.
Wow. Not the greatest handshake at the net. Not sure if they're pals or not, but didn't look like it. I mean, I tell you, Zheng should be very disappointed right now. I mean, I would go back to, the drawing board, and I would ask the question, why? Why 3 times now? And really, not really any progression. And it's sad because she is really a player that has been playing such great tennis, gold medalist again at the Olympics, playing some really incredible tennis. It's too bad for her. Not sure if she was, there are bad days at the office. I guess it's one of them, and but she needs to really figure out how, because staying in the top 10, you're going to play Sabalenka a lot. And you need to figure out a way to be more competitive, I think.
I'm going to go back to it. The comparison I'm going to make is Jannik Sinner, right? Tweaking that second serve to make it just a little bit better. And Gil, just talk about that Zheng performance before Aryna does her interview real quick for us.
Well, the first question in Zheng's press conference is going to be, were you able to recover from the 2:15 a.m. finish against Donna Vekic? And it's going to be fascinating to see if she's going to write it off or not. Here's Pam Shriver with Aryna Sabalenka.
Performance by our number 2 seed, Aryna Sabalenka. The start of the match went all your way, 2-love. How important was it for you to have that quick start?
I mean, against someone like her, she's such an aggressive player. Always tough balls against her, and that little kind of like advantage in the beginning on the match was really helpful, and gave me so much belief that I can do really well in this match and I can get this win. She's playing such incredible tennis, and was very tough facing her.
Listen, I know last year in your last match here, you played against an American. You play another one next up. What are you going to do tonight to try and get a few more people on your side going into the semis?
I mean, drinks on me tonight.
Wait, drinks on you? Is that what you said? For everybody?
Yes.
Drink on me, and please give me some support in the next match.
Seriously, you've played Emma a couple of times. You've won one, you've lost one. Give us a little bit of something about the X's and the O's, just a little bit.
I mean, she's a great player. It was 2 really difficult matches against her, and I saw her matches here. She's playing incredible tennis, and yeah, it's going to be a great battle, and I'm really looking forward to face her again. And of course, thank you guys for the atmosphere today. Seeing full stadium, that's something unbelievable, and brings lots of joy. to play in front of you. Thank you.
Well, of course, they wanted to be here because they were seeing in your match a rematch of the Australian Open final. But also coming up next is Frances Tiafoe. And I know the men and the women have been sending some matches into late night specials. I think Frances and Mr. Dimitrov are very happy with you tonight.
You're welcome, guys. You're very welcome. Oh wow, there's the ball flying. Yeah, guys, enjoy some men's tennis. It's going to be a great match, and it's not going to be super late, so enjoy.
And your wind down tonight won't be as complicated. Irina, well played tonight, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, I think she's committed to that, legally obligated now,
Well,
to bring us the honeydews, right?
She said it.
She said
Drinks
it.
on her. He'll take a Paloma.
Yeah,
That's Claude in the back.
Desperately
Gil,
needs us for
well,
having to
Gil,
deal
I
with.
don't know. We'll figure out what Gil is going to have. But hey, Sabalenka becoming the first player to reach the women's singles semifinal at both the Australian and the U.S. Open in back-to-back years since
Angie Kerber. All right, both
Serena
Gil and I
Williams. Serena Williams, 2015, 2016. Oh, you're going to check because you don't think I'm right. All right. Anyhow.
Wait, did you say Cincinnati?
No, I said that she became the first player to reach the women's singles semifinal at both the Australian and the U.S. Open in back-to-back years.
Okay, Gil and I were both referencing that she could be the first women to win both since Angie Kerber.
No, I didn't say that. You're not. You guys are not listening.
We don't listen
to you. It would be
very
nice of
often,
you to
Sophie.
listen for once.
No, never.
Anyhow, yeah. Well, listen, that was a pretty straightforward win for Sabalenka. She's going to be very happy to get out of this, I guess, the site in a decent hour. She had one really late match during this fortnight. I think just dominating, didn't have to do much, really. I mean, thank you, Zhang, for pretty much handing the match to her.
Wow, those are bold words.
Well, she didn't really have to do anything. I mean, there was, you know, yes, she put I have to say that the serve was on cue, 77%, of serve in this set, 71% overall. The unforced error and the tally of winners is right there. She's at -3, but on the other side, there was like no opposition.
Yeah,
I felt, and I was disappointed because I was really expecting Zhang to come up. I know she's probably tired from this 3-setter against Vekic. I know she has had a very tough schedule, but I really thought it would be just a little bit better from the side of Zhang. And but hey, Zhang has had absolutely incredible year, and looking forward to what's left in the year. A lot of tournament in Asia coming up, and trying to qualify, of course, for the WTA finals.
Well, Gil Gross is going to stay courtside for us. Russ and Mark coming in next as this crowd is absolutely ready for Dimitrov and Frances Tiafoe. It's coming up on the other side of a break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Nighttime is the right time, and we are ready for the big time as big foe Frances Tiafoe, the number 20 seed, takes on the number 9 seed Grigor Dimitrov in a highly anticipated men's singles quarterfinal here at the 2024 U.S. Open. Hey, everybody, welcome to night 9 at the U.S. Open. Russ Thaler and the Hall of Famer Mark Woodford along with you tonight, and Gil Gross will be courtside in Arthur Ashe Stadium as a match that has been hyped on the outside of this stadium all evening as the fans come in. Sabalenka and Kim Wen-jung got their business done in an hour and 13, and you better be sure that they are ready to go tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium for this match between Grigor and Frances. Mark, so am I. How you doing?
You're not ready, are you? I can tell you are ready, Russell Taylor. Yeah, I mean, we noticed a little earlier, didn't we, when we were off having a nice social hit and coming back, and the crowd were just building up already. Yes, they wanted to keep track of the Sabalenka match, but I think they're just ready. That was the starter. They're ready for the entree.
The honeydeuces were flowing around 7:15, 7:30 p.m. when Mark and I made the walk from 17 back to our broadcast booth here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we want to thank everybody who's watching along tonight on our YouTube channel and also listening on the U.S. Open app. You can watch us as well on usopen.org, and we're live on Sirius XM Radio and on the TuneIn app as well. And by the way, keep the messages coming on social media and elsewhere. We'd love to shout you out if you're watching from sea to shining sea. We know we got fans watching all over the place because the numbers keep growing every night. And you know what? We should be really in for a good one. Let's talk about what we're about to witness tonight between Grigor Dimitrov and Frances Tiafoe. Both have been in this position before. Frances was a semifinalist in 2022. Here he lost to Ben Shelton a year ago, avenged that loss this year. Came up with a huge win on Arthur Ashe Stadium in the round of 16, as did Grigor Dimitrov. Grigor, up 2 sets, has to go 5, beats Andrei Rublev. Frances beat one of the hottest guys on tour in Alexei Popyrin coming in. Whose form do you like entering this match tonight? Oh, wait, first of all, Chris Eubanks talking to Frances Tiafoe. Let's listen.
Frances, this is your 3rd consecutive year in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open. As a guy from the DMV, what is it about New York City that seems to bring out some of your best tennis?
New York City, one of the best atmospheres, well, the best atmosphere in the world, best arena in the world. Named by the late great Arthur Ashe, Sagan Stallone. Lights the fire under me, and I love to perform on the biggest stages, the biggest arenas, biggest moments, and that's ultimately what it is.
Tonight you're facing another big-time player in Grigor Dimitrov, who's been playing some big-time ball this year. What's going to be key for you in order to give yourself the best chance to win?
He's so talented as well, so it's going to be a great battle, great mover. He's got all the tricks in his arsenal as well. So, again, like who's going to be the guy who's going to take it, who's going to be the aggressor, who's not going to blink in those moments, in those tough moments. So, ultimately, stay patient and get to work.
Best of luck tonight, Frances.
And as Frances Tiafoe
Grigor, you're one of the most informed players of 2024. What has been a key for you in this resurgence back into the top 10 this year?
I think a bunch of things I've been enjoying. I think a lot more. Body's been holding up well. Been able to put a lot of hours on the court. So I think when you put all that together, give yourself a chance. And this is all I've been doing.
You've played in big-time matches in big-time stadiums and big-time arenas all across the world. What is it that's so special about Arthur Ashe Stadium at night that is very unique?
It's indescribable. I think the atmosphere is so electric. I mean, I've enjoyed playing everywhere around the world, but every occasion is very special, and I don't take it for granted. I really enjoy that.
Best of luck tonight, Grigor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Public address announcer will take the players onto the court at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Here we go.
New York, please welcome the players for tonight's next quarterfinal. From the United States, 2022 U.S. Open semifinalist, Frances Tiafoe. And from Bulgaria, 2019 U.S. Open semifinalist, Grigor Dimitrov.
So the players are on the court. Frances Tiafoe, as we see here, unpacking his bags, known to take about 20 shirts onto the court with him. I'm sure we'll see some wardrobe changes. And there's Grigor Dimitrov. Of course, he is a three-time Grand Slam semifinalist. The last time was in 2019 when he upset Roger Federer in the quarterfinals here to reach the semifinals. And Roger Federer is in the house tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Pretty good friends they are, Grigor and Roger. And in fact, Grigor was really coined baby fed for a number of years. That was until Roger Rashid, a good mate of mine from Adelaide, coach to Gael Monfils. He's also worked with Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. They had a period with Grigor Dimitrov, and it was Rash that just went around to the media and said, stop calling him baby fed. We don't want any association, no connection. Talk about Grigor Dimitrov, which I think is a fair call. Grigor Dimitrov's game has been shining through in 2024, and interesting just to hear them talk about tonight's match. We've got one Frances Tiafoe who knows all the history regarding playing here, Arthur Ashe Arena. This is his Wimbledon, this is his cathedral. I think for Grigor Dimitrov, he's a bit more global. We might head into that kind of topic a little more. Let's hear the coin toss.
Please, a picture with our guest on that side. Do you want a US Open or the trophy? Trophy is gold. The trophy. Serve. That's right. Good match.
And you heard the voice of Aurélie Torte. That is our French chair umpire for tonight's match, as we get set with a packed house in the grandest stage in tennis. The largest court in the world is Arthur Ashe Stadium. It'll be filled to the brim tonight as the 26-year-old American from Hyattsville, Maryland, Frances Tiafoe, tries to reach the semifinals of the U.S. Open for the second time in 3 years. The winner of this match will take on another American, Taylor Fritz, who got by Sasha Zverev in 4 tight sets earlier today. The possibility for an all-American semifinal is still there. We haven't seen that since Andre Agassi beat Robbie Ginepri way back in 2005 at the U.S. Open. The people are hyped, but Grigor Dimitrov is playing the best tennis since his best year, which was 2017, when he won 4 titles, including the ATP Finals. How has Grigor managed to refine his game all this time later?
You know, it's probably worth repeating again, Russ. Since 2017, where has this guy gone? Where has he been? I mean, he really had offered so much potential when he was playing at that level of tennis in 2017. He won the year-end finals.
Right.
I mean, I think he got into the top 5.
He was 3 in the world.
3
in 2017.
in the world. So, look, something obviously internally behind the scenes, just maybe couldn't cope with being a marquee player. But he has persevered and he's put himself together. It's like the jigsaw is starting to come together again. I think maturity, you said to him, you heard him say about his body, that is healthy. He's able to work hard on the court, and probably working with the two coaches, one of which is here. Both of them aren't here, I don't believe. Danny Valaverdu, former coach to Andy Murray. I don't believe he's here at the tournament, but the other coach, the second coach, is Jamie Delgado. He is here. I saw Jamie the other day, but they've worked silently, diligently.
I can actually confirm something for you. Yes, Jamie Delgado has been in the box.
Yep.
Daniel Valverdu, actually, in the Rinky Hijikata match, which was his second round match, Grigor on Stadium 17, Valverdu was in the building, but not in the player box.
Okay. I understand they've got, well, that's some arrangement, some relationship where one of them goes to two of the Grand Slams. They split the Grand Slams up, and then, you know, certain travel through the US and other commitments. But regardless, they've been able to have a positive impact with Grigor Dimitrov. Dimitrov is a global name. Frances Tiafoe is not a global, and I know that some people here at the Open might say, what? You're talking about our Frances Tiafoe. But Frances's results are so geared towards playing in the US. He's got a, you know, he offers a lot of potential as well. He could become a global phenom, but he's got to become a global player and play some of this tennis that he shows in the US. He's got to play it outside the US.
Well, that's the sort of the fascinating thing to me about Frances Tiafoe. He's the only player that I can really remember in history that based his entire results and ranking on one little portion of the season. He's like an American hard court specialist.
Dare I say, John Isner maybe was a little like that. There were some seasons that his ranking was built upon the week after Wimbledon finished.
I do think that's fair.
Till the end of the US Open.
Yeah, maybe he's that player of this generation where...
And look, it's not to say that there's anything bad about that. I mean, they just get inspired about playing.
No,
I
just think it would make his life a lot
Australia.
easier if he could build some points earlier in the year, kind of what you mentioned before, right? The guy's 20 in the world.
Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine what he would be if he had results in the beginning of the year.
But there's the box on our screens internally. We get to see some of the TV pictures. Dimitrov box is full. Coach Jamie Delgado sitting in the front right, wearing a bucket hat. It's not sunny tonight. Maybe it's a little breezy. He doesn't want some hair being moved, but it's a full box for Dimitrov, and no doubt any of the seats that Tiafoe has, chock-a-block full as well,
And it's a full house tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Looking for a little history, this crowd for sure. They want to see the first All-American semifinal since 2005 with Andre Agassi and Robbie Ginepri. I know we've got Christina watching us in the plane from 30,000 feet. She's got the live stream on. Chris, awesome. We've got...
Is she in first class? Hopefully it's not down the back.
I hope she's in first class. And look, I know we got a bunch of Greyhounds out there at Loyola, Maryland, out in Newman West, 904, checking in. My son Nate Thaler's there with his friends, so I got a little inside Iggy on that. Nate, what's up, bud? Hope you guys have a great time. Enjoy this match. This is going to be some awesome tennis. And here we go. Grigor Dimitrov is getting ready to start off on serve. This is the quarterfinals of the 2024 US Open. Grigor Dimitrov getting ready to serve to start to Frances Tiafoe. And here we go. Dimitrov winds up, serve out wide. Tiafoe leading to his left. It slides to his right. It's a clean ace. That starts us off. It's 15-love. Grigor Dimitrov carrying the torch for the one-handers right now in the top 10. Ranked number 9 in the world. 33-year-old from Bulgaria slaps an ace down the tee. Back-to-back aces.
And quite honestly, that he's waving the flag for one. He's all up in the rest of this tournament. He's everyone else that's still alive. This half, the other top half, all double-handers.
Same for the women, too. Into the body of Tiafoe, the first serve. And now Grigor goes to the open court inside out forehand, pushes it long. It's 30-15. All right, so Grigor Dimitrov bouncing the ball on his racket, setting up to serve in the ad court at 30-15. Frances Tiafoe about 8 feet behind the baseline, down the tee, looking for the forehand, and it's long. So Tiafoe will have a look at a second serve. First second serve offering from Dimitrov. Tiafoe takes it with his backhand deep into the backhand corner. Grigor tries to run around the backhand, hits a forehand and pushes it long. It's 30-all. It started out so smoothly for Dimitrov. His first 2 swipes at the ball were clean aces, and now he's locked into a battle here in his first service game. It's 30-all. First serve in the deuce court. Here comes Dimitrov trying for the Tiafoe forehand again. It clips the top of the net and sails long. Second serve coming now. Here comes Grigor, the kicker to the forehand for Tiafoe, down the middle of the court, inside out to the backhand of Tiafoe. He goes down the line. Grigor on the run, slides and slices the squash shot to the middle. Tiafoe into that backhand volley to the forehand of Grigor Dimitrov, who sends a beautifully timed topspin lob winner over the head of the American, and it's 40-30.
A lovely way for Dimitrov to survive. This is pressure building. Tiafoe came forward, and I love to see that he came in to the Dimitrov backhand. That is, for me, a key tonight. One of the areas that I'll be trying to focus on and make comment on is Tiafoe coming forward to the one-ease backhand. Dimitrov, though, made him play, didn't make an error by trying to pull a winner. Made Tiafoe play a first volley and then backed it up with that running forehand lob.
And when Grigor strikes the ball like that, is it a sight to see? Serve to the backhand of Frances, and a slice backhand gets away from Grigor Dimitrov. An unforced error from the Bulgarian, and it's deuce.
So you've worked enough with me, Russell, to know that I value the single-handed backhand, especially the slice backhand. I think it's one of the most underrated shots in men's tennis. We'll see a few of those tonight.
First serve down the tee to the Frances backhand, return deep to the center of the court. Now Tiafoe in his backhand corner, topspin into the middle of the court and short. Frances Tiafoe goes cross court to the forehand. Now Grigor rips the forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now has a backhand to the open court, rips it topspin down the line on the passing shot, and Grigor slides with his outside foot, carves around the outside of the ball, and knocks off a beautiful forehand volley and has a game point.
So another key rally there. Dimitrov going on the offensive with the drive backhand approach cross court. And we saw the athleticism just sliding out to open with that, doesn't rotate to the side. Fine volley. That's something that Dimitrov, I believe, should be employing tonight. Get to net, use his athleticism.
Well, they used to call Grigor baby fed. We know he didn't like it, but we've just seen Roger Federer overseeing the proceedings. Second serve kick to the Frances backhand. Now they rally backhand to backhand. Grigor runs around his, goes inside out, and sends it wide. And this first game of the match continues 4 minutes in.
So I'm just thinking, wondering, Russell, when your input valued as well. I wonder how Dimitrov, given that it's been a while since he's arrived at this stage on this major court, how he's going to handle the emotions. We know Tiafoe can, because he loves playing Arthur Ashe Arena, Billie Jean King Center. Can you be any better for an American?
This is his house. He feels like he owns this joint.
That's right. So we know he's not really going to be belittled by nerves too much, but Dimitrov, potentially.
We shall see. It was an unreturnable first serve for Dimitrov in the deuce court. Now another game point for Grigor. First serve down the tee to the forehand, down to the middle of the court, and Grigor rips a forehand to the backhand of Frances. Now inside out to the backhand side of Tiafoe. Again, now inside in, and it's a forehand winner for Grigor Dimitrov. It wasn't easy, but Grigor holds first game of the match. Boy, I feel like we saw a lot in one game right there.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. There was not just one shot on display. I think we saw a bit of the depth of both players. Dimitrov, obviously very pro serve throughout the tournament. Behind that first serve, he's +1 quite a number of times. The forehand's been standing strong. We saw the backhand slice, we saw him go to net, we saw the defense, and the same really for Frances.
Frances Tiafoe to serve.
All of that portends to some terrific tennis. And listen to the crowd get to their feet in full throat at Arthur Ashe Stadium at Love 1 in the first.
Yeah, that wasn't for Billie Jean King or Roger Federer. That was for Frances.
First serve is long. Second serve coming. First point, second game, first set, quarterfinals. Into the backhand of Grigor, slices it down the middle. Now Frances slices to the backhand of Grigor, who returns with a slice. Now Frances pushes back to the middle of the court. They go forehand to forehand is the rally, and Frances goes into the net. Poking and prodding both players in that point.
Yeah, and the poking and prodding, Dimitrov with that backhand slice, he's trying to put together with purpose tactics to play that short, get it out of the strike zone of Tiafoe. And that may open the door for Dimitrov to launch some attack.
Well, it's Love 15. Frances winds up for his first serve. Out wide, Dimitrov stabs it with his backhand, but can do nothing but break it long.
15-all.
It was actually a pretty good job for Grigor to get back to his backhand side. He was leaning T, reached back and swiped at it. It's 15-all. It was 124 out wide for Frances. First serve, 15-all out wide of the forehand. Grigor down the middle. Forehand from Frances. Now he pushes one down the line. Does Tiafoe to the forehand of Grigor. Now a backhand cross court to the backhand of Grigor, who slices it deep to the baseline. Now comes over to the forehand of Frances. Cross court to the forehand of Grigor Dimitrov. And that's a forehand error from the Bulgarian, and it's 30-15.
So Tiafoe, with that reception that he received at the start of the game, I'm sure heart rate's accelerated. He's handled himself nicely here. It'd be lovely to get the job done with the first game.
Well, that's a big first serve at 30-15. Grigor gets his racket on it, but can't do anything with it, and it's 40-15. And game points for the American now. And he goes to the towel, does Frances Tiafoe, wipes down both arms and his face. He'll walk back to the baseline to set up for the first serve at 40-15. Fans are already starting their chants in on Frances. This is going to be a long, fun night at Arthur Ashe Stadium. First serve at 40-15. Frances Tiafoe winds and fires out wide and too wide. And the second serve is coming. The second serve, kick down the middle to the backhand of Grigor. Topspin backhand return down the middle. Now a forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. Grigor tries to go inside out down the line, misses wide, and it's 1-all. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call. Third member of the broadcast team. Courtside is Gil Gross. Gil, what are the vibes on Ashe right now?
I would say there's, first of all, a lot of pent-up energy because this crowd didn't really get to engage itself in the previous match between Sabalenka and Zheng. There just wasn't any drama, so they're charged up. We haven't had that moment yet in this match thus far where they really get to bring the juice, but I think they're absolutely ready to go tonight.
Grigor Dimitrov, first serve, 1-all off the top of the net. We'll start things back over.
Gil, are you still there?
Yep.
Who are you going for in this match? And give us the reason why.
Okay, right after this point.
Yep.
You got it.
All right, here comes Grigor once again. Winds up and sends his first serve long. So second serve at 1-all. Grigor Dimitrov near court to Frances Tiafoe to the backhand of Frances. He crushes the return and rushes to the net. Grigor sends the reply into the net, and it's Love 15. Mark, I think you got to like that.
I do. And I want to hear from Gil because he's going to get to so close as to who's going to win this match, Gil.
We'll do it after this point. We'll do it. We'll get one more point.
Delaying him again.
I am. I'm building the anticipation, Mark. Love 15, first serve to the Tiafoe backhand. Cross court return, now a slice down the line from Grigor. It's love 30. All right, Gil, you're up.
Yeah, for me, purely mental, I think Frances knows how to fully embrace this moment and play his game, not get tight in the big moments, be clear-headed tactically. Grigor, it's been a while since he's played a match like this, and from a nerve management standpoint, I think Tiafoe gets an edge there, and I'm going to go Frances in 4.
Bad assessment.
All right, first serve.
Testing it here at love 30 and now a second serve. And this has been an Achilles heel for Dimitrov.
Second serve to the Tiafoe back. He goes inside out off the top of the net. And boy, one more inch and that might have been a return winner because he hit it clean, but just clipped the top of the net and came back.
So that might be some tactics that he's armed with coming into this match. That's go out after the Dimitrov second serve, go out after it early, set the tone, see if it continues.
Grigor makes the first serve down the tee. Now inside out forehand comes into the net. Tiafoe throws up a high defensive line. Grigor's going to try an overhead from around the baseline, and he carves it down the line as Frances was awaiting the big power flat overhead into the open court, and it's 30 all.
And not out of the woodworks just yet. Locked at 30 all.
All right, here's Grigor Dimitrov. It was love 30. Now it's 30 all. First serve is long. Let's see what Frances Tiafoe does, and let's see if Grigor maybe tries to go to the forehand of Frances, because Frances has been attacking from the backhand side. Second serve in the deuce court at 30 all to the forehand of Tiafoe. A return just to the backhand of Grigor, who sliced it back. Now a topspin backhand cross court. Frances goes down the line and punches it long.
Serve was deep, but it's not like it was anything bigger, faster than some of the other second serves, and Frances didn't really go out after it. He didn't go and challenge it. He allowed the ball to come to him.
40-30 now. First serve offering well long from Grigor Dimitrov. So it's a second serve at 40-30. Here we go with the delivery. A kicker into the top of the net. And Grigor's rhythm is just a little bit off now on serve. We're seeing some not only missed first serves, but wildly missed.
Well, he served 12 double faults in the previous round, offset by 17 aces. Dimitrov in that 5-set thriller against Andrei Rublev.
So Dimitrov now with the first serve at 1-all deuce, and again into the net. First serve percentage dropping. Second serve coming from Grigor Dimitrov. Frances Tiafoe awaits on the far side. Backhand return down the middle. Grigor with a forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now he's got a forehand inside out. Tries to put some shape on it and rolls it long.
So Grigor's like a lot of other players. The serve is important. It's the pole that holds the tent up. I've said that a number of times. And if you can, just make that pole waver, his game can start to falter. We saw a shaky forehand. Now he's having to fight off a break point.
First of the match for either player, and Grigor misses the first serve. Looking for the flat serve out wide, puts it into the top of the net. Now a second serve. Frances Tiafoe waiting in the far court on the outside, moves forward, takes it on his backhand, return down the middle. Now Frances with a cross-court backhand, he approaches the net. Slice, passing shot, dips low, and Frances misses the volley. Wide.
Deuce.
Hard to argue the tactics. The execution was off from Tiafoe there, no?
Yeah. And I love it. Love to see Frances play that point. He's got to be a little more polished on the volley. Grigor's going to make him play. If he reverts to a backhand chip, that means you're going to play a volley. You have to stay nice and low athletically.
All right, so it's deuce now. Dimitrov just saved the first break point of the match. First serve, top of the net. It's a let. They're going to re-rack and do it again. 1-all, deuce. Third game, Grigor Dimitrov. readies for his first serve, and here comes the windup. Dimitrov out wide to the Frances forehand. Tiafoe nets it into the bottom of the net, and it's a game point now for Grigor Dimitrov. "16 minutes into this match. It's game point in the third game for Grigor, and again misses a first serve. First serve percentage now close to 50%, where it was way up near 70% at the beginning of this service game. That was a second serve to the forehand of Tiafoe, inside out to the backhand of Grigor, who slices one. Now he goes over the top to the backhand of Frances. Slice again now to the forehand of Tiafoe. Grigor comes over his backhand and shanks it wide.
So, look at Grigor struggling to land first serves, and through the tournament, he's had a very high percentage of first serves, plus an even better win rate behind that first serve. And that also, it's not just because of the serve, he gets around athletically and goes out after his forehand. All the numbers attribute that. So if the first serve's not landing, then it kind of nullifies a bit of his attack, doesn't it?
Well, that time Grigor made a first serve. Here comes Tiafoe into the net again. Grigor makes him volley and then finds a chip lob over the backhand of Frances Tiafoe, and he makes a complete mess of it. He looks to the sky, can't believe he lost that point, and Grigor's got another game point.
Yeah, I agree with Woody. If Grigor can't dominate with his first serve and behind his first serve, and they get into a lot of rallies, then the weakest stroke on the court becomes that backhand wing of Grigor. Yes, he's got a good slice, but doesn't really, he's not comfortable hurting you with it, and that's where I think Tiafoe will find an edge.
All right, game point again for Grigor Dimitrov, and another missed first serve into the top of the net. So Frances Tiafoe has a look at a second serve. Or not, because Grigor just doubled again. Second double fault. And this now becomes a game which Frances should believe he should break.
This is now an important game, and Gil, I mean, you're there at sideline. I mean, this is an opportunity for Frances. He's already telling us, he's announcing, I'm nervous, missing first serves, I'm double faulting.
Here's the first serve at deuce from Grigor Dimitrov. It's down the tee. Frances gets his racket on it. It can't clear the net, though. A big first serve and a huge moment for Grigor Dimitrov, and another game point. And for all his efforts in this game, and for all that Grigor's giving Frances, he's only had one break point opportunity.
Yeah. Perseverance for Frances. Keep taking a look at the backhand side of Dimitrov.
As we close in on a 9-minute service game, Grigor Dimitrov finally gets another first serve and holds for 2-1.
Dimitrov leads 2-1 first set.
What a fascinating start, Mark, with Grigor looking obviously nervous. Frances, and Gil, you can chime in here too. I almost feel like Frances is doing what he wants. He can't find a finish.
Well, he didn't make returns when Dimitrov did make his first serve in that game. So, yes, the first serves landed may have been few and far between, but when he actually did hit his spots, the ball wasn't coming back. And I do expect that. I know I picked Tiafoe in 4 just a few minutes ago, but I do expect Dimitrov to get a lot of free points off of his serve because of Frances's return style. He's not the longest guy in terms of his height and his wingspan. He stands up on the baseline. He does a lot of anticipating, and as a result, he gets aced a lot. And when you are able to locate your serves close to the sidelines, achieve good angle, hit that service tee, you end up getting a lot of cheap points.
That's true, Gil, and I think you've said that he's the player that has had more aces go past him, Frances Tiafoe, in the tournament. I think that's something that you had mentioned a few nights ago.
Not even the tournament, Woody, over the course of the year.
Yeah. But again, that's all well and good. But this tournament, it's been a highlight, hasn't it, for Frances? His ability to get the ball back into play, more so on second serves.
Yeah, we saw it the other night, Mark, where against Popyrin for about 2 sets, I don't think he missed a return on second serve. And that just puts so much pressure. Frances Tiafoe serving at 1-2 on serve. They're in the rally backhand to backhand at the moment. Grigor slicing down the middle, so Frances flips a forehand inside out to the Dimitrov backhand. Grigor coming over the backhand, and so is Frances. A little too flat, though, and he sends it long.
Love 15.
And that's why I love following our sport and calling matches and having these conversations. I think I also mentioned the other night that Tiafoe was the conductor in his matches.
Yes.
You know, bringing the crowd in where necessary. Just see this point.
First serve. Pardon me. First serve for Tiafoe was in. Now forehand to forehand. And Frances rips a forehand into the middle of the net.
Love 30.
I'll finish Russ's sentence. Middle of the net.
Thank you, Gil.
I got you.
Much appreciated. Mark is, he's been handing me carbonated drinks. It's all his fault. It's love 30. It's love 30. Frances Tiafoe had, look, we've seen this before where the energy can dip after you have a huge opportunity maybe in a return game and it doesn't come through. It's dipped a little bit for Frances, a couple of errors, but now the energy returns. Frances opens the court to the Grigor forehand and then hits the inside-out forehand winner for 15-30.
Yeah, so for Dimitrov, I think he is also a player that loves to be the conductor. And if you take that stick away from him, then he's playing reactive tennis, and that's why I certainly feel when these opportunities are presented to Frances, in particular returning serve against the second serve of Dimitrov, he's got to be able to take them.
Here comes Frances. He was looking to move forward into the net, didn't even need to hit another ball because he opened up again, hitting to the Grigor forehand and then opening the court and putting the ball away with an open court to the backhand.
Yeah. Dimitrov is much more lethal when he's hovering in that backhand side. He can go looking for the forehand. And if you do get to his backhand, he's very balanced. But yeah, that's a good way to start off, is going out wide to the forehand. And then that backhand side is open.
So a little deja vu. Grigor was love 30 on his serve, battled back to 30 all before finally winning a very long, tough, near 9-minute service game. Frances Tiafoe, love 30, now it's 30 all. Missed the first serve long, second serve into the Grigor forehand. Nice deep return down the middle. Now Grigor trying to conduct with his forehand, but Frances manages to find the backhand of Dimitrov, and he retakes control of the point, and Grigor sends a forehand into the net.
14-13.
That looked like a very intentional play by Frances to throw sort of a high off-speed ball to the Grigor backhand, where he couldn't generate his own pace, and then he took control with the forehand. That was well done by Frances Tiafoe. This is 40-30 now. Game point for 2-all. Frances tosses it up, catches it. He's going to start one more time. First serve from Tiafoe out wide to the Grigor backhand. He chips it high in the middle of the court without any pace. Frances comes into the forehand. Grigor rips it down low. Frances volleys, nearly puts away an overhead on the backhand side, right to Grigor, who slaps an overhead back into the net. What a crazy point, and Frances holds for 2-all.
So I've worked with some players over the years since I retired, Russell, and some of them have faced Grigor Dimitrov. And the thing that the notes that I've passed on to the tactics have been about serve and volleying to the Dimitrov backhand. Got to get comfortable volleying. You've got to ask the question time and time again, can you pass off that backhand wing? I've had doubts since 2017 that Dimitrov can. And generally, some of the players I've worked with have had actually very good records playing against Grigor because they're willing to explore that side. You've got to also pressure that second serve.
And that's another error off the Grigor Dimitrov forehand as Frances Tiafoe hit a backhand right down the line, forcing Grigor to stretch out wide and it's love 15.
Yep. So you've got to take the option of Dimitrov controlling the flow. You've got to take that away by trying to beat him to the punch and keep that pressure on.
First serve returned by Frances with the forehand. Now a deep forehand cross-court from Tiafoe. Backhand cross-court. Grigor slices back and deep, and it's love 30. Third straight game, the returners won the first 2 points. Both these guys playing with a little fire.
Yeah, the third straight game now that Grigor is having to really fight. The pressure has been applied. It would be tough for Frances if he weren't to pick up a break of serve to actually settle in there, because this should be a break of serve somewhere along the way.
Another first serve in by Grigor and a terrific return by Frances. Now they rally from the baseline. Frances down the line to the Grigor forehand. Now down the line to the backhand. Grigor slices low cross court to the backhand of Frances. He goes down the line. And Frances back to the forehand of Grigor. Now back down the line. Grigor slices to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Now Grigor on the run to his forehand to the forehand of Tiafoe. Frances tries to go back behind Tiafoe cross court. Excuse me, behind Dimitrov cross court. Hits the top of the net. It's 15-30.
Not a bad rally. Gauff, that probably was one of the heaviest rallies that we've seen so far just then.
And one of the first extended rallies, but for the most part, it's actually been Frances who I felt has been first to miss when they've played protracted rallies from neutral.
And we saw it there. Dimitrov still in a hole. It's 15-30. First serve from Grigor. Makes a first serve again. Middle of the box. Frances just sends it up high. Here comes Grigor in. Frances has a target and finds the cross-court pass. It's 15-40. And 2 break points now for Frances Tiafoe.
Nicely done. There's the serve +1 by Dimitrov. Healthy first serve. The forehand uses his athleticism, but he doesn't find the direction. Tiafoe had anticipated where he went.
Here comes Grigor Dimitrov setting up for a first serve at 15-40. Break point, tosses up, he catches it, he'll start
Please
again.
do not use flash, thank you.
Ah, sounds like who's using flash photography right now at this match. That's what they asked. Please don't use flash photography. Grigor held up on his toss, so he'll start up once again. First serve at 15-40. Break point for Frances Tiafoe. First serve that he's missed in this game. So Frances has a look at a second serve on break point. Second serve to the Tiafoe forehand. He tries to go down the line with it and misses badly wide.
Yeah, and that's the chance there. 15-40. We've seen him once in the previous game. Just take the ball early and move forward over to the Dimitrov backhand. Ask the question. That type of return, they're just trying to guide it. It's not going to cut it. Sorry to say.
Frances prefers to do that off of his backhand return, so I do give Grigor props for the direction he chose.
Right, okay.
First serve into the net again for Grigor, and Tiafoe will have another look at a second serve. And we'll see if Grigor goes to the forehand again or if he hits the kicker out to the backhand. It's to the middle of the box, which Frances was going to take with his backhand.
Well, and there's the second serve just got over the net. Frances should be crowding inside the baseline here.
Well, we'll see if he moves forward. Grigor kicks it to the Frances backhand, deep into the backhand corner, taken down the forehand wing by Grigor. Now a slice backhand from Dimitrov, and now he comes over it to the Frances forehand, who makes Grigor run to his forehand. Now Frances goes down the line to the backhand. Slice again to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Now a slice again to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Frances is coming over these slices. Now he decides to go under with a slice of his own. Grigor returns slice. Now Frances sends a slice long. Slice on slice advantage Dimitrov.
Well, it's too neutral. He's too engaged in just rallying there. There wasn't, it just never got the impression that he wanted to test out Dimitrov's backhand pass. Dimitrov, there he is just conducting. I'm going to play that backhand slice low. I'm going to knife it. I can do this all day. If you let him do it, this is on Tiafoe's plate.
2-all deuce now. Grigor Dimitrov has just saved 2 more break points, 3 of them in total. He hasn't had one himself, and he just put another first serve into the net. Second serve to Frances Tiafoe. On the backhand wing, he goes inside out to the forehand this time. Now forehand back to the backhand, and again, knifing that cross-court backhand. Grigor knifing it down the line now. Frances goes cross-court. Grigor, forehand back to the backhand of Frances. Now Tiafoe's in the middle of the court with his forehand, sends it to the backhand of Grigor. Now Frances comes in on a topspin approach, and Grigor goes down the line and misses just wide.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a great approach shot. It was a very mediocre approach shot, and it paid off.
Grigor went over the high part of the net, didn't miss by much, and it kind of looked like Frances was coming in hoping he would induce a miss there.
Where was that at 15-40 and even at 30-40?
Well, he's got another chance. Third break point, it's add out.
So if it works there, let's see it again on the biggest point so far.
Here we go. Break point again for Frances Tiafoe. The first serve is good into the backhand of Tiafoe. Now running to his forehand, sends it cross court to the Grigor forehand. Now a backhand, and Frances is coming in. Grigor slices low. Frances closes the net, knocks off the volley, and the American has broken first for a 3-2 lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium. As the players sit down, we'll take a break. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are back at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Frances Tiafoe has just broken Grigor Dimitrov on his 4th break point of the first set. And Frances, the 20 seed, leads the number 9 seed Dimitrov 3-2. 5 games into the first set of this quarterfinal matchup at the 2024 US Open. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call. Gil Gross is sidelined at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Frances Tiafoe, looking to consolidate the break, steps up to the line. First point at 3-2 in the first. First serve looking to go out wide to the Grigor forehand. It hits the top of the net, and Tiafoe will wind up again. Second serve coming. Here comes Frances to the backhand of Grigor. Topspin down the middle, forehand to the backhand side. Here comes the slice from Dimitrov. Now Grigor runs into his backhand corner with the forehand, goes down the line, but Frances rips one to the forehand side of Grigor, and then Dimitrov running to his backhand side sends a backhand long, and it's 15-love. Wasn't out by much. Those are the woes you can hear. We just saw the replay of the bounce.
Can we talk about the end of that last game and why Woody has had such a successful coaching career after his playing career?
He called the tactics, the necessary tactics for Frances. And now a first serve to the Grigor backhand. He just chips it into the middle of the court. Frances looking for the open court, and he swipes a forehand wide, and it's 15-all.
So it was 2 backhand cross-court approaches by Tiafoe. The first one, you forced Dimitrov to change direction with the drive backhand down the line. He's not comfortable with that shot. The second time he tried to slice it, rarely is a slice an effective passing shot.
15-all. Here comes Frances. First serve out wide to the Grigor forehand. Now he goes forehand into the backhand corner. Frances approaches the net, tries to push a little drop volley to the offside and pushed it wide.
15-30.
you know, as Gil mentioned there, that when you're coming in against someone who's playing a backhand slice to you, it means you've got to be prepared to play the volley. If they're going to come over the top of the ball, that means there's going to be more pace. They're probably going to try and hit the outright pass. So there's a variance. Frances handled it nicely there. I think on serve, on that juice court, he's got to be prepared to throw in a few serve and volleys.
Well, now he's on the ad court at 15-30, and Grigor's got to look at his second serve.
Yeah, this is a game that's he's got to fight through this one, Tiafoe.
Second serve, kicker to the backhand of Grigor, slice deep to the backhand of Frances. Now Grigor forehand inside out to the backhand of Tiafoe. Slice backhand to the backhand of Tiafoe. He changes direction, goes down the line into the forehand of Grigor, and Dimitrov swings it just a little bit wide, and it's 30-all. A little bit of a gift from Dimitrov, it seems there.
So back to this juice court, and I was looking at the stats. Frances hasn't served and volleyed a whole lot during the tournament, but again tonight, tactically,
so
serve
down
it out
the
wide.
tee, you think?
No, serve it out wide
to the forehand.
Yep, and so that if you're volleying, you're going right into the weaker side of Dimitrov.
Frances serves it out wide, doesn't come in behind it, but he will come in behind the second ball. Doesn't need to do anything because that was a serve +1 and a clean winner from Tiafoe. It's 40-30.
So there's your two options that you have. You can either go with the serve and volley, but you've got to be prepared to play a tough volley into the open court, or look for that forehand as we just saw unfold.
Brilliantly executed by Tiafoe there, and a game point for 4-2. Frances has been behind in some service games, but he hasn't faced a break point yet. Second serve to the Grigor backhand, hard down the middle, but Frances redirects to the forehand side. Now he's coming into the forehand of Grigor, and Dimitrov offers up another error off the forehand wing. Consider the break consolidated. It's 4-2. Frances with a little fist pump, and the crowd then gets to their feet.
Come on board with me.
4 games to 2 first set.
But he also knows he doesn't need them at full decibels yet. No. That was more of a let's just keep this momentum going fist pump. When he really needs them at some point after a big point, he'll give them the big one, and they'll know just what to do. But now's not the time. Frances Tiafoe leads 4 games to 2. Pressure's on Grigor Dimitrov, who was broken his last time out. First serve into the forehand of Frances Tiafoe, and a forehand again sails wide from Grigor Dimitrov, and he's starting to look a little bit out of sorts. Gil, is there anything that would suggest why these errors are starting to pile up on the forehand side?
No, just the timing and the footwork at times. Balance been going backwards a few times. He's getting rushed by Tiafoe, who takes the ball so early.
All right, second serve now. We'll see what Tiafoe can do with the Dimitrov second serve into the backhand of Frances. Back to the forehand of Grigor. Now forehand to forehand. Frances goes forehand to forehand again with some pace. Now backhand cross court. Tiafoe into the net. Forehand volley. Just long. Not by much, but just long.
15-all.
Looks good, but it didn't have to be that good.
He really stuck that forehand volley.
The stats on our screens, Dimitrov only going to net 3 times so far. That's a good sign for Tiafoe, who's already been there 12 occasions himself.
First serve to the backhand of Frances, down the middle on the return. Now forehand to the backhand side. Grigor goes over the top of it to the backhand of Tiafoe, and Frances pulls his backhand wide. It's 30-15. Goes to your point, Mark, what you're talking about. Frances is getting the first strike.
Yeah, and just playing tactically sound. It will take some discipline to get through this match, which is certainly not one of Frances's fortes, is it?
I wouldn't consider it, although I would say in our last match that we called with him playing Popperin, it's maybe the most disciplined that we've seen here.
Yep, he has shown at this tournament. It's been fun to watch, hasn't it?
Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe, deep to the backhand corner of Grigor. Now Frances changes direction down the line with the backhand of the forehand. Grigor slides over to get it. Now a slice to the forehand of Tiafoe. And a drop shot attempt from Grigor from a very deep position goes into the net. And you're clapping your hands. Why are you clapping? You liked what you saw there. Why?
Well, because I think that shows again, he's feeling vulnerable out there. He wanted out of that. He's being bullied by Tiafoe's heavy ball striking.
30 all. Dimitrov once again under duress on serve. Grigor to the line. First serve coming. And it's to the Frances forehand, and the return sails long. It's 40-30. And Frances kind of rolls his head back in a little bit of frustration because he knows he could have put even more pressure on Grigor by just making that return.
Yeah, it wasn't in the corner of that serve, was it?
No, it was right into his hitting
strike zone. Yeah.
Either way, it's a game point for Grigor Dimitrov to keep the pressure a little bit on Frances Tiafoe, who still has a break right now and leads 4-2. Grigor's first serve's into the net. Second serve coming for Grigor Dimitrov. The kicker out wide to the Frances backhand. Frances goes into the backhand corner. Grigor inside out the forehand. Now he down the line from Frances's backhand, making Grigor run, and a huge forehand down the line into the open court from Frances Tiafoe. The fist pumps are coming out. He would like to see the crowd get behind him here because he can feel that 5-2 is in the offing at deuce on the Grigor serve.
Gil, that must have just come off the face of the racket like a rocket ship.
Enormous. Dimitrov has 2 aces in the match. Do you guys remember when they were?
Yeah, the first 2 points of his first service game.
That's right.
First 2 points of the match. First serve out wide to the Frances forehand, and again a missed return. That one was a little wider than the last one, but still a makeable return, it seems.
Yeah.
Grigor certainly happy that he didn't have to play another ball at that point, and he's got a game point now for 4-3, or 3-4 as it were, with him serving at 2-4. Here comes Dimitrov's first serve offering. Out to the Frances backhand. Short reply to the middle of the court. Grigor coming into the net. Passing shot right to the backhand volley of Dimitrov. He knocks it into the open court. And Grigor is within 3-4 as they change ends and we take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back at Arthur Ashe Stadium, Russ Taylor, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross courtside on night 9 at the US Open. This is our second match on Arthur Ashe of the evening. Arena Sabalenka moving on to the semifinals. Once again at the US Open with a 2-set win over Kim Wen-jung of France. Frances Tiafoe of the United States serving at 4-3, up a break with new balls against Grigor Dimitrov in a quarterfinal here at the US Open. Winner plays American Taylor Fritz in the semifinals. First serve is wide. Tiafoe second serve to the Grigor forehand. Now Frances comes back behind Grigor. Serve +1. Worked as an approach shot, but it was a clean winner for Tiafoe. It's 15-love.
And another reason why Tiafoe should be looking for the serve direction to Dimitrov's forehand. Grigor is very, with his grips, he's got to be prepared to defend the backhand.
Another first serve into the forehand. Frances tried to go inside out on a serve +1. That time misfired on his forehand. It's 15-all.
So the grip on the backhand, because he's a one-e, he can either chip it or come over the top of it, kind of block it. But there is a subtle grip change between both. But he can't also cover the correct grip for a forehand if you know what I mean.
So what grip does he use to hit a forehand return? Is it his backhand grip?
It could get a little continental-ish. So so he's not going to get necessarily a clean ball strike.
Well, he just got a clean ball strike on a backhand return off a Tiafoe second serve, where Grigor was halfway from the baseline to the service line by the time he finished hitting the return. Clean winner inside out for 15-30.
So there was an intent that if it's coming to my backhand, I'm coming over the top. I'm going to try and take it early.
Francis's first serve, hard and out wide to the backhand of Dimitrov.
So basically,
and it's 30-all.
You don't just keep going to the backhand side because it's maybe the weaker wing. You've got to explore going out to sometimes a player's strength, that forehand side.
Frances at 30-all out to the forehand of Grigor, who chipped the forehand return right into the net. And to your point, Mark, he wasn't about to come over that. That was just a slice try return.
So the mix of a serve and volley in there as well, because if you just keep standing back, don't serve and volley, Dimitrov will just chip it back into play.
All right, so Frances now has a point for 5-3. First serve clipped the top of the net, so they'll start again. Tiafoe is another first serve at 4-3. 40-30, game point. Into the forehand of Dimitrov, and Grigor nets the forehand return. Frances looks up at his box and says, let's go. He's up 5-3, a game away from taking the first set.
5 games to 3
It's been polished, I think a polished way. He could have even been up 2 breaks of serve. Tiafoe. So the answers for Jamie Delgado, we're seeing some pictures of Jamie. He's just yelling out some instruction to Grigor to see if he can up his level. But this is good signs for Frances.
All right, it's 3-5.
First service.
Grigor Dimitrov serving to stay in the set. His first serve clipped the top of the line, stayed in. It's going to be it's a let. Grigor thought he had an ace, actually, and it clipped the top of the net. So they'll start again. First serve at 3-5. Dimitrov trying to stay in this first set. And it's a serve out wide to the Tiafoe forehand side, but it's long and wide. And now Frances has a look at a second serve. Second serve, first point, 9th game of the first set, into the backhand of Tiafoe, down the line to the backhand of Grigor, now a backhand down the line into the forehand. Grigor goes with power, Frances goes with the angle, and Tiafoe with a clean forehand winner.
Love 15.
Has love 15 again on the Dimitrov serve. Well, how about that, Mark Woodford? Grigor went for pace, and Frances said, I see your pace, and I'll just rip a short angle winner.
Yeah.
First serve at love 15. Now Frances has a look at a second serve at love 15, trying to really apply the pressure here on Dimitrov. Second serve to the forehand of Tiafoe. It was a terrifically deep second serve that Tiafoe crushed to the backhand side of Grigor, and it's love 30.
Grigor's energy levels, it seems, have fallen off a bit at the tail end of this set. He missed that first serve by about 9 feet, and it looked like he stopped playing after hitting that second serve. He thought he'd hit a double fault.
I thought it was going out till it landed. Frances was ready for it. Now Grigor first serve to the middle of the box. Frances pushes the forehand into the middle of the court. Grigor advances to the net. Frances puts it at his toes, and Grigor puts a volley into the net. And 3 set points for Frances Tiafoe. Here comes the crowd.
Well, he's rattled. And I think that's why, Gil, as well, the energy levels have just evaporated. I think he's stunned, Grigor.
First serve, and that's his 3rd ace of the match, his first ace from the second point of the match. Remember, Grigor, and as Gil pointed out, his first 2 serves of the matches were aces. He didn't have another one until just then, and it was a big moment because it was set point down. That's the good news. The bad news is that Grigor's facing another set point at 15-40. Here comes the first serve down the tee into the backhand of Tiafoe, and a missed return from Frances. And now he's getting closer. It's 30-40. And Tiafoe has a 3rd straight break point. 2 big first serves from Grigor Dimitrov.
So the way my mind operates, I kind of think this is pretty important for Frances if he can break.
Another first serve in. Frances returns cross court to the backhand of Grigor. Slices it to the backhand of Frances, who slices down the line. Grigor rolls a forehand to the forehand of Frances, and Tiafoe dumps it into the top of the net, looking for a clean winner.
Yeah, there's a bit of undiscipline raising its head there. And the reason I say it's important for Frances, because it not only captures the set, but it also pushes back Dimitrov, and Frances gets to serve first in the second set.
Grigor missing the first serve here. He made first serves when he was down set point. Now at deuce, Frances has a look at a second serve. Kicker to the backhand is long. Grigor Dimitrov, with his third double fall to the first set, gives Frances Tiafoe his fourth chance to win the set. It's break point again. And set point to Tiafoe for the fourth time. 52 minutes in to the first set here in this quarterfinal match in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Grigor Dimitrov winds and fires down the tee and way long on a first serve. And now Frances Tiafoe has a look at a second serve. Grigor Dimitrov has missed 3 serves in a row. Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe, return to the forehand of Grigor, run down by Frances, and that forces the error from Grigor. Frances waves his racket in the air, and the fans exult as Tiafoe has taken the first set 6-3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll take a break. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. First set in the books, Frances Tiafoe. He just changed his shirt. I think he's realizing that he put his shirt on backwards. So Tiafoe's going to have to re-rack on the shirt change. Yeah, he had that horrible feeling when you know it doesn't feel quite right. There's something wrong. He looked down, and he was like, oh, no, that's the back of the shirt. So he had to pull it off and put it back on. Grigor Dimitrov sitting stoically, looking at his strings, not showing much emotion here after dropping the first set 6-3. What did you make of what we saw in the first set, Mark? Anything that we should keep our eye on moving forward from what we just saw?
No, look, Frances played a polished set of tennis. I think you mentioned comprehensive.
That's the term I would use, yeah.
It could have been a stronger set. I feel like he had opportunities earlier to break serve and came up a little empty. So, like I mentioned, I'm happy that he broke serve. It keeps Dimitrov on the ropes at the moment, and Frances is serving first. So the momentum continues.
Frances Tiafoe in the far court. First game, first point, second set. Tiafoe out wide to the Grigor forehand, and the reply is long. It's 15-love. And to your point, Mark, Frances could have let that get a lot closer and brought a lot more stress to himself had Grigor been able to hold there, and he had to serve it out at 5-4. And for as well as he played in the first set, it almost got a little tricky. So maybe we'll look forward to seeing if Frances can actually put his foot on the gas here.
Well, that's right, because don't forget, Frances, back-to-back games, responded from 15-30 on his serve.
So here he's got 30 love. 2 good first serves, not a third. That's in the top of the net. Second serve now at 30 love for Tiafoe. To the backhand of Grigor. Rolls the return to the middle of the court. Frances goes to the backhand of Dimitrov again. And a backhand from Frances goes into the top of the net. That wasn't a particularly long rally, but both guys have thrown in their unforced errors. 15 now for Frances, 16 for Grigor. And a first serve misses wide. And both guys, by the way, have 9 winners. So it's tight in that department. Tiafoe, second serve to the backhand of Grigor, deep to the backhand corner of Frances. Now inside out, forehand to the backhand of Tiafoe from Grigor. Now he rips one down the line, inside in. Trying to control the point with his forehand is Dimitrov, but he sends the forehand long, and it's 40-15.
And just add to a little context in what you said about the winners. Dimitrov, yes, has 9 winners, but it's only 3 from the ground. So 6 are coming from the serve. Where Frances, if you look up the other end of the court, the 9 winners, 7 have come from the ground. So he's got the serve operating, but he's also having the firepower from the ground.
So Frances Tiafoe holds for 1 love in the second set. He won the first set 6-3.
What I'm curious to see at the start of this second is, do we see a change in demeanor and intensity from Dimitrov? The end of that first set, it was a little strange to me. It almost looked like a player who was dealing with an injury or maybe just extreme stress levels, because Dimitrov just never seemed to come out of his shell.
All right, so here comes Grigor Dimitrov serving at love 1. First serve into the middle of the net. So maybe we keep an eye on the energy level of Dimitrov here at the start of the second set. Second serve now to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Back down the line to the backhand of Grigor. He rolls a backhand cross court, comes into the net, and Grigor nets a backhand volley, and it's love 15.
Love 15.
Yeah. Looked like Dimitrov was trying to get off on the first foot here.
Well, and that's a way to kickstart your game, is to, okay, I've got to change something. I've lost the first set, and Dimitrov is athletic enough. He can serve and volley, and he does play from the net. In the previous matches, he's got there quite a few times, but tonight he hasn't got there enough. So that might be something that he hears from Jamie Delgado courtside. Just get to net.
All right, second serve to the Tiafoe backhand. Frances kind of shanks it way wide, and it's 15 all.
And Jamie, of course, all the coaches playing on Ash and the other marquee courts, they actually have the tablets now that are providing volumes of information similar to what we are receiving. So Jamie, as coach, he might be noticing something and can verbalize it to Grigor.
An ace from Grigor Dimitrov down the tee. First of the set, 4th of the match. And that makes it 30-15 here at love 1. Frances Tiafoe won the first set 6-3. Earlier today, Taylor Fritz took out Sasha Zverev in 4 sets to advance to the semifinal. The winner of this match will play the American on this side of the draw. Now Frances Tiafoe forehand to forehand. Grigor goes down the line to the backhand of Frances, who runs it down. Now Frances had the open court and Grigor on the run, but Tiafoe puts his backhand into the net, and it's 40-15. That was good defense to offense, but Frances couldn't make the next step. Netted the backhand. So Dimitrov has points for 1 all here. Early stages, second set. And here comes the first serve down the tee. Frances can do little except pop it up, and it sails wide. And Dimitrov holds for 1 all.
1 game all, second set.
Frances Tiafoe reached as high as number 10 in the world, and that came in June of last year. And he's seen his numbers drop because his year hasn't been that great until this hard court summer. But Frances serving up a set at 1 all. Boy, he had quite a run right before the US Open. Had to come in with confidence, making the finals of Cincinnati, and not just making the finals. Some of the guys he beat, well, I'll mention after this point. First point Grigor Dimitrov inside out to the Frances backhand. Now to the middle of the court. Grigor goes to the Frances forehand. Grigor back to the forehand of Tiafoe, who goes down the line, and Dimitrov slices deep to the Tiafoe backhand. Now Frances running around his backhand, going inside out and into the top of the net. In Cincinnati, he beat Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, then Lorenzo Musetti, who's having the summer of his life.
Yes.
Hubie Hurkacz, who's tough on hard courts against anybody, and Holger Rune before losing to Yannick Sinner in the final in Cincinnati. And that has really jump-started what he's done here at the Open. Back in the quarterfinals, looking to get back to the semifinals for the second time in 3 years. That win over Ben Shelton in the third round. The revenge from the loss of last year had to boost his confidence big time. Tiafoe serving at 1-all, love 15, out wide, long on the first serve to the Grigor backhand. Second serve coming. Here comes Tiafoe's offering. Grigor slices the backhand deep to the forehand of Frances, who generates all sorts of pace while moving backwards to go inside in. It's 15-all.
Yeah, that is a 10 out of 10, that forehand. It's not something that I'd necessarily rely upon, having to go back 2 feet, 3 feet behind the baseline, end up on your back foot and pull a winner out of your array of tricks.
Frances's first serve is in. Now a backhand to the backhand of Grigor. Frances runs around his backhand, inside out, loops one. Grigor slices again. Frances goes again inside out. Grigor again goes with the slice, but it sails wide, and it's 30-15.
I would just like to point out that Russ described Tiafoe's season before the hardcourt summer much more kindly than Frances described it for himself.
What verbiage did Frances use?
Well, he was losing to clowns.
Yeah, that was he made that comment around Wimbledon time, didn't he, Gil?
Yeah.
I think that resonated with the
clowns,
the commentators, and some of those supposed clowns that he was alluding to.
I mean, look, he lost in the semis to Tommy Paul at Delray Beach. Tommy Paul's no clown. Lost to Ben Shelton in the final of Houston. Ben Shelton's no clown.
Look at everyone that felt like that maybe he was alluding to. They were like, really? You're calling me a clown?
That's an ace from Frances Tiafoe. He takes a 2-game-1 lead here in set number 2. We're on serve. Should Frances Tiafoe be able to reach this semifinal, he would join Andre Agassi, Pete Sampras, and Andy Roddick as the only Americans with multiple Grand Slam semifinal appearances since the year 2000. It's been a long drought for American men at the very tippy top of men's tennis, especially in the majors, Mark and Gil. But there are a bunch of American men seemingly knocking on the door right now. In fact, they're kind of almost 2 generations of American men when you consider the likes of Frances and Tommy Paul, and of course Taylor Fritz, who's into the semifinals. And then you got Ben Shelton, who I would consider the next generation of players in that group.
9 players in the top 100 for USA. Very solid top 20. They've got 5 players in the top 20. Sorry, 6 players in the top 20. That's going to probably increase with Nakashima doing very well here. Points added on. Yeah, great depth.
Great depth. They're looking for the breakthrough, right? They're looking for the next level.
Gil has, oh no, Frances, I was going to say, has he left the court? But he's just up early out of his seat.
Yeah, he's ready to go, waiting to return serve. And Grigor Dimitrov gets his tennis balls from the ball crew, and he steps to the line. Down a set, 1-2, second set. Grigor Dimitrov to serve. First point of the 4th game of this second set, and here goes Grigor into his windup, down the tee and into the net. So Grigor Dimitrov once again winds up, second serve delivery to the Tiafoe backhand down the middle of the court to the backhand of Grigor. Now Frances tried to go inside out and misses early in the rally. It's 15-love. Grigor bouncing the ball on his racket, now bouncing it with his hand. First serve at 15 love, and it's long again. Second serve coming to Frances Tiafoe. Grigor's only won 38% of his second serve points. That's another double fault from Grigor.
And that's where the difference of sometimes a player up one end of the court looking over the net, they don't really see the same as what maybe a coach does, or from where we are in the commentary booth. But that double fault, and there's another missed serve. If I was Tiafoe,
move up.
And if I was coaching him, I'd be saying, mate, you got to get stuck into the second serve right now.
Here we go. It doesn't matter because Grigor's just lost his serve completely. That was a terrible looking second serve, and it's 15-30.
So you don't just allow, okay, there's another double fault. I'm up 15-30. You've got to now create this wound. You've got to make it bleed dramatically. And that means for Tiafoe to step in and take care of a few second serves in this, maybe this point.
We'll see what Grigor has to offer, and he finally makes a first serve and a swinging volley into the forehand of Frances, who puts it at the feet of Grigor, who misses the volley, and the pressure is on. It's 15-40. Break points for Frances Tiafoe in the fourth game of the second set.
So he's telling us the story, how he's feeling right now. Frances has got to be able to turn the page. It's not going to just continue with the double fault. You've got to extract some more agony.
Well, that was a heck of an effort from Frances to make it 15-40, and another deep return off a first serve, and Frances is rushing the net, forcing the error from the Grigor backhand, and Frances Tiafoe is flying on Arthur Ashe Stadium. He's up a set and 3-1.
Tiafoe leads 3-1.
Pressure applied, Mark Woodford.
He took the opportunity to come forward. Gil, that must have looked like an eagle coming at, just swooping onto the court and moving forward just then.
He's got an incredible ability to hit his backhand almost without stopping his forward momentum towards the net.
That's a first serve long. You're right, Gil. It's like a running backhand.
Bulldozer.
And next thing you know, he's a step from the net. And Grigor sees it, lifts his head up, and hits it long. First into the forehand of Grigor. Dimitrov in the middle of the court, working his forehand now to the forehand of Tiafoe, goes back to the forehand of Dimitrov. Middle of the court, Frances goes inside out. Dimitrov slices the backhand. Tiafoe answers with a slice. Now Frances tries to roll it into the open court, and he finds the line. A fist pump from Tiafoe, and it's 3-1, 30-15. And that ball hit the outside of the line on the replay.
It did.
Frances is really feeling it now. Up a set and a break. 15 love, misses the first serve. Frances Tiafoe has been winning nearly 75% of his points on second serve. That's one of the untold stories that maybe we should be talking more about, is how well Frances has done on his serve for the most part.
30 love.
And it's 30 love. He's had to come back in some games, but when you look at the statistics, he's converted on most of his service games, and also the time of play in his service games is wildly different, as Grigor needed long service games to hold in the first set, while Frances typically got through them without too much of an issue. The truth is, Grigor hasn't even had a breakpoint chance on the Tiafoe serve in this match, and now it's 40 love with an opportunity to take a 4-1 lead in the second set after a big first serve down the tee on 30 love from Tiafoe.
So this is a heck of a game. After breaking, streaking out to 40 love, trying to consolidate.
Second serve and a little deep from Frances Tiafoe. First double fault in the match. Maybe not the worst time to throw in a double fault at 40 love. Already up 3-1, still more points to take a 4-1 lead in the second set. He already won the first 6-3. First serve at 40-15. Ace down the tee, and that'll get her done. Frances Tiafoe up a set and 4-1 in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open against Grigor Dimitrov. You are listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Giving the people what they want on Arthur Ashe Stadium. That's Frances Tiafoe up a set in 4-1 against Grigor Dimitrov in this quarterfinal matchup at the U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call in studio, and Gil Gross courtside for us here on U.S. Open Radio. Thank you so much to all of you watching us on the U.S. Open app, maybe watching and listening to us on usopen.org or checking out the YouTube channel, TuneIn Radio or Sirius XM. For all of you checking us out, thank you. What a match we've seen from Frances Tiafoe so far. Up a set in 4-1. Grigor Dimitrov serving at 15 love. 1-4 in the second, a serve +1. And it's 30 love for Dimitrov. Mark, let's talk tactics. What has Frances been able to do to make Grigor look kind of listless in this match? Because he's looked a little bit listless. I assume it's because of what Frances is doing to him.
It is. Frances has come out armed with purpose, intent.
And a game plan that's working really well. Not in this game. Grigor with a forehand winner. It's 40 love.
You're going to have games like this. You know, Dimitrov's no dummy out there.
he's ranked 9th in the world.
That's right.
He's a good tennis player.
And that's a bit more of the brand that he brought to the tournament so far. The serve +1.
Game Dimitrov.
All right, an ace from Dimitrov. Easiest service game of the entire match.
It has been, yeah.
He's needed that.
Some relief.
Tiafoe
But
leads
he
4
looks
games
up,
to 2 second sets.
he towels off. He's got to look up at the scoreboard. The umpire's just announced it. There is scoreboard pressure. It's up to Tiafoe, Frances now, to just continue with the revs.
All right, first serve from Tiafoe, up 6-3, 4-2. Out to the Grigor forehand, deep to the backhand of Frances. He goes cross court, and Grigor slices it back. And Grigor slices another low. Frances runs around his backhand and now gets caught in the open court, but a huge run to his forehand side, and now a backhand cross-court approach. Grigor slices the passing shot, and it lands in.
You are kidding me.
I hesitated because I almost couldn't believe that he made the pass. He did Dimitrov.
That just is ridiculous that landed in.
But you know what? Put a pin in that point right there. Sometimes momentum can change on the slightest of things. It's love 15. Frances is up a break, and he misses wildly on his first serve at love 15. So Dimitrov, after being fortunate to get that pass to fall in, sees a second serve. A good one from Frances comes into the forehand of Grigor, but doesn't do enough with the first volley. And Dimitrov has a rip at the backhand, and Frances can't handle it and puts his volley into the net.
What strange technique on the second volley right in front of me. I'll let Woody take it away on this.
Yeah, he probably picked it a little late. It just had that hand to help it, Gil. I think at least he was moving forward after that first volley. You're watching this as well on your screen.
Frances put his left hand on the throat of the frame of the racket to try to help almost deflect the ball to the other side, and couldn't get it to go. It's love 30. It's a big chance for Grigor Dimitrov right now to get the break back, and he'll take a look at a second serve as Frances bounces the second ball off his foot, rolls away from him. He takes 2 balls back, which is interesting, and now maybe he'll get rid of one, I assume. And here comes a second serve from Frances Tiafoe at love 30. Kicks it to the backhand of Grigor, to the forehand of Frances now. Cross court, backhand to backhand. Grigor slices it down the line. Frances runs to his forehand side and loops one to the backhand. Grigor slicing back to the backhand corner of Frances. A backhand from Frances to Grigor, slices down the line. Tries to go inside out behind Frances Tiafoe. Doesn't find the court. He hits the net. It's 15-30.
That's a key point for Frances to hold there. Keeps himself alive. You know, you have to look at it wisely, smartly. The first point, Dimitrov got so lucky with that ball dropping in. The second point, Dimitrov had a couple of passes, but opted to make Frances play a few volleys. So even though he's down love 30, he could have been up 30 love. So you keep the pressure on. Don't start to react negatively because you've been down love 30.
Second serve at 15-30. Grigor chips it to the backhand of Frances. Inside out with the forehand to Tiafoe, who goes down the line to the forehand of Grigor. Frances coming into the net to the backhand of Grigor. Closes out the net and knocks off a backhand volley as Mark Woodford claps And
I'm loving it.
he loves, you love it.
I mean, the approach shot had some height, it had depth, it allowed Frances to get into court position, and he's executed that volley near perfect. He's moved forward and just like into the open court.
Those high backhand approaches did not work against Alexei Popyrin in the last round because he would crush
two-hander.
He would crush the two-hander flat down the line. Grigor doesn't. Going high to the Grigor backhand has actually worked really well for Frances because he can't do that. The low approaches actually Grigor likes better because he gets to slice them. Second serve at 30 all. And a forehand shank return from Grigor. Frances goes wide, now gets caught, has to chase the ball down to his backhand. Grigor slices to the forehand of Tiafoe, forcing the error. And it's a break point, first break point opportunity of the match right now for Grigor Dimitrov. Frances kind of ran himself into trouble a little bit in that point, it seemed, Woody.
At times, you probably just acknowledge as well, too good from the opponent up the other end.
All right, fair enough.
I think it's begun with the first 2 points that we've arrived at this juncture now.
30-40, first serve into the top of the net. Grigor Dimitrov will await a second serve offering from Frances Tiafoe. 4-2, 30-40 into the backhand. And Grigor chips deep. Frances goes inside in with pace. Now Frances is going to move to the forecourt to the backhand. Grigor throws up a backhand lob. Frances knocks off an overhead that Grigor can't handle. He saves a break point. It's deuce. And again, the aggressive play paying off for Tiafoe.
Russell, it's really sound tennis, and it at times it's just very easy, you know, to be able to get your backside going forward to net there. Wow, I would love to see a sliding serve wide and maybe even look for a serve and volley.
All right, here's 4-2 deuce after Tiafoe just saved his first break point. It was to the forehand the first serve, which Grigor did a good job returning, and then Frances misses a backhand down the line. He was trying to go back behind Dimitrov, and he's going to have to save another break point.
He's only served and volleyed 4 times in the first match.
Yeah.
3 times in the second match, and in the last 2 matches he hasn't served and volleyed at all. So I don't know if I'm going to get that wish.
Might be a little wishful thinking.
Yeah.
But the serve +1 has worked with the wide serve to the Dimitrov forehand already. All right, break chance number 2 for Grigor Dimitrov. First serve from Tiafoe again is wide. Frances's first serve percentage has dipped to 36% in this set, even though he's up a break. Second serve to the backhand of Grigor. Now a chip down the middle from Dimitrov, and Dimitrov comes over to the backhand of Frances, who goes flat and hard cross court into the Dimitrov backhand. That induces the error.
Now, what's so difficult about that ball, and you can really see it on court level, it doesn't bounce up for Grigor. It skids through the court. This court, we've all been on it, actually. The 3 of us, we felt it. It's not gritty, it's smooth. So when Tiafoe hits that flat backhand, low trajectory, very little net clearance, it doesn't hop up at all.
Induced the error from Grigor in his second break chance, so it's deuce again at 4-2 in the second for Frances Tiafoe. Again, the serve to the forehand. Grigor goes back to the forehand side of Frances, then down the line to the open court. That right there, Mark Woodford, is too good.
Yep. The serve not really finding its mark. You can see that it's just a stab return back into play, and then Frances's option to go back into Dimitrov's forehand, he didn't have to move. He kind of teed it up nicely for Grigor.
Third break chance for Dimitrov. Tiafoe playing with a bit of fire here, up a set to 4-2. First serve down the tee. Frances inside out, wildly misses the forehand. Dimitrov breaks back, and we are back on serve in the second set. Dimitrov down a set, will serve at 3-4 after they change hands on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back in Arthur Ashe Stadium, the crowd was rocking. Frances Tiafoe was up a set and a break on Grigor Dimitrov, but he's just given that break back. Dimitrov will serve it 3-4 in the second. Now back on serve, Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gilgross courtside. All right, Mark, things have tightened up here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. What is it now that you're looking for from either player in this next game and maybe the next few games till the end of this set?
Yeah, the next 15 minutes at least till the end of this set. I'm interested to see how Frances handles or reacts. I hope he doesn't react and withdraw. Keep being proactive. Don't you expect to lose serve at least once, if not twice, in this match. You are playing against a high caliber player, but and does the break back for Dimitrov, does that ignite his game? Big question.
We will see. Yeah, these are questions we can't answer, but the tennis certainly will. And here we go. Grigor Dimitrov steps to the line, down a set and 3-4 in the second, and a first serve goes long towards the forehand of Tiafoe. So Dimitrov, one more time, second serve now, kicker to the backhand of Frances, who goes down the line to the backhand of Grigor, rips it cross court with topspin, but Frances's reply induces the error from Dimitrov, and it's love 15.
There's Dimitrov, really, that shot's not on. Not a one big step out to the backhand and trying to come over the ball. It's a half volley, trying to redirect down the line.
It's a love 15. First serve down the tee. That's a big first serve from Grigor Dimitrov, and it's 15-all.
Just a little window into the coaching style of Jamie Delgado. What he told Grigor before that break point, he said, "You have the best forehand in the world, mate." Just building up his confidence.
Outright lies, but that'll work.
Ouch. I mean, it's, I guess, trying to be positive.
Totally.
But he didn't really get a forehand. It was Frances that handed the break.
And right now, 2 errors off the racket of Grigor Dimitrov. And he's a couple of points away from handing that break right back to Frances Tiafoe. It's 15-30. That was a forehand into the net off of the Frances Tiafoe return of serve right down the middle of the court. Grigor Dimitrov is winning just over 30% of his second serves. That's been a big problem for him, but he's come up with big first serves in his last couple service games. Here's another one to the backhand of Frances. Now Frances going way back to play defense. Here comes Grigor into the net. Slice low from Tiafoe, tries to lob Grigor. Frances reflects the overhead back to Grigor Dimitrov, but Frances Tiafoe nets the reply. Nearly came up with a miraculous save on that point, but it's 30-all.
Yeah, look, he had a chance, Frances. Went for a chip lob. No. You got to hit it.
Bad idea?
Yeah, well, you got to hit a two-handed backhand. That's your shot. And as soon as he should have lost the point earlier.
Yeah. He made a nice reflex off the Grigor overhead smash to get one back. Couldn't make the next one. It's 30-all, and it looks like we have maybe an insect on the court. Ball crew going after it. This is like Rocky chasing the chicken. He still can't get it. You gotta catch the chicken rack. Uh-oh, now they're going for the full-on stomp. This could be a grasshopper. We've got issues on Arthur Ashe Stadium, and it takes 2 members of the ball crew. Big round of applause. Crisis averted. And we have a new hero in Queens.
Gosh, hopefully he's not holding it still.
I don't know what he's doing. Right now it's 3-4, 30-all. First serve, big moment here, by the way. A little levity, but back to reality.
A big moment, and Frances is taking in a bit of a too defensive position for me.
All right, second serve for Tiafoe. Return down the middle to the backhand of Grigor. Now another slice backhand into the middle of the net from Dimitrov. And Frances Tiafoe has a break point.
Gil, I mean, again, you're sitting there. I would prefer Frances to really start on the baseline and be moving inside the court to return the second serves. He's standing too far back, isn't he?
Right, and come in behind it. But what he's doing well, at least he's making Dimitrov hit backhands, and it is working.
Yeah.
First serve from Dimitrov down the tee. Another big first serve. And a huge moment. And Mark, do you think Frances needs to be maybe leaking over towards the tee? Because every big point in the ad court.
I'm not so worried about the first serve.
Yeah.
Look, if Dimitrov increases that percentage, then okay, let's take another look at it.
First serve at deuce, and Dimitrov slides it out wide, little off speed at 120, considering the last one was 131. 120 out wide on the line, unreturnable, understandable. Sixth ace of the match for Dimitrov. And now a point for 4-all here in the second. First serve to the backhand of Frances. He gets it to the backhand side of Grigor. Now rolls a forehand inside out to the backhand. Now a backhand as Grigor slices it down the middle of the forehand of Frances, who loops it to the backhand of Grigor. Another slice and another slice from Grigor. Now Frances changes direction to the forehand. Grigor goes behind Frances, who has to scramble to his backhand side. Now a forehand down the line to the backhand of Grigor. Grigor getting low for a slice. Frances pushing it forward. Now Grigor with a drop shot. Here comes Frances in. He goes for the angle. Grigor gets it up the line, and it's into the open court. And Grigor Dimitrov is held for 4-all. Mark, a little passive from Frances there.
Yeah, look, I mean, to be honest, I feel like the fire has gone out of Tiafoe's end about the purpose of trying to damage Dimitrov's second serve. And that, with him not feeling that pressure, that presence of Frances bullying the second serve, it's allowing Dimitrov to actually land some first serves when he goes to the ad court. You were saying about, Frances needs to maybe lean towards what. There's a bit more freedom and breathing space for the Bulgarian right now. And this set is going to be an absolute dogfight now.
Well, right now it's 4-all, and Frances Tiafoe needs to dig in. Second serve and a double fault. It'll only be a dogfight if both dogs come to fight, and right now Frances has kind of lost his edge.
Yes.
That killer instinct has gone away.
Well, yeah, the concept of playing.
Yeah, that killer instinct, the first strike offense that brought Frances to a set and a break in the lead. We haven't seen that aggressive play. And the second serve at love 15. Return to the forehand of Frances off his backhand corner, going inside out to the backhand of Grigor. Frances again going inside out, right to the middle of the court, not trying to do too much now. He injects some pace, and Grigor throws it up in the middle of the court, and Frances goes down the line for the winner. A very patient point from Frances Tiafoe, but he took his opportunity and ran with it. It's 15-all.
It's almost like we're seeing step one from Frances, which is really pepper that Dimitrov backhand. We're just not seeing the forward movement that we had earlier, where step two is make him hit a pass on that backhand.
The follow-up. Exactly, Gil.
And I think that's the killer instinct I was trying to describe, the killer instinct to get the point over with on his terms. Frances has been waiting for his opportunity. He got it in the last point. It's 15-all, and Tiafoe misses another first serve. His first serve percentage is well below 30% now in set number two. Second serve coming to the Grigor forehand. That was a big second serve. Out wide, on the line, with depth, and also some action moving away from Dimitrov, forcing the error. 99 miles an hour on that one, and it's 30-15. So Dimitrov awaits the first serve of Frances Tiafoe. 30-15, 4-all second set, down the tee to the forehand of Grigor, return to the backhand of Tiafoe, now a slice to the backhand of Tiafoe. Grigor runs around his backhand, rips a forehand inside in, moves forward to the net, and knocks a forehand drop volley into the open court, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, just almost feel like I just get this feeling that Frances is over-serving to the Dimitrov forehand now. He's kind of sitting on it. It's one thing to just, to go there, but if you can't kind of add in a serve and volley now and then, I think this could be real trouble. Big point.
4-all, 30-all to the forehand of Grigor. Return to the middle of the court. Frances now into the backhand of Dimitrov. Frances running Dimitrov to his forehand. Here comes Tiafoe into the net off the cross-court backhand approach, and he knocks off a forehand volley for 4-3. That was reminiscent of what took Frances to the first set and the lead in the second.
Yeah, you know, Russell, he won that point like 3 times as well. If he'd served and volleyed, that was a... We saw him finish the point with a volley, but if he'd served and volleyed, he had the same volley, he wouldn't have had to hit 4 shots. And when you have to do that time and time again, it does catch up with you.
Well, here's a point for 5-4 for Frances Tiafoe. 40-30 at 4-all. First serve's into the net. Second serve coming. Most of these second serves have gone to the backhand of Grigor, and this one does too. Grigor slices to the backhand of Frances. Now he slices down the line to the forehand of Tiafoe, who goes cross-court into the forehand of Grigor. Now a backhand cross-court and another slice from Dimitrov as Frances tries to rip one inside in. Puts too much juice on it. It's wide, and we're at deuce. The patterns are starting to look familiar now.
Yeah, he's a little... So he's not panicking, but the momentum has shifted, and Frances has now gone back into using his power. It's like he's trying to out-hit, and I don't think... remains to be seen. He still could hold here.
We'll see. It's 4-all deuce. Frances goes very long on that first serve. I wouldn't be surprised if Frances wins this point if he asks the crowd for a little help. Maybe get the energy up. Second serve to the backhand of Grigor, chipped deep now. Grigor backhand to the backhand of Frances. Now a slice backhand of Tiafoe goes down the line. Forehand cross-court from Dimitrov. Forehand cross-court from Tiafoe. Forehand to forehand. Who's going to change direction? Nobody, because Tiafoe nets the forehand, and it's a break point for Grigor Dimitrov. And Frances looks like he could use a little juice from the crowd. He's sort of slumped forward as he heads to his towel, as all the momentum seems to be on the 9-seed side at the moment. Not the best body language or facial expression from Frances Tiafoe right now. He looks stressed, and he probably should be.
Yeah, he's leveled the playing field.
It's a break point for Grigor Dimitrov at 4-all, second set. Frances big first serve out wide. Gets caught looking at a floating return that lands in, and now they go backhand to backhand. Grigor slicing to the Frances backhand, and again probing. Frances down the line to the forehand, back down the line to the backhand. Frances goes to the open court, moves forward, and forces the error from Dimitrov, and it's deuce. That was a pressure-packed point. Won by Tiafoe.
Okay. So there's what Gil had mentioned, the follow-up. We see the first step, the aggressive play. He backed it up nicely, so surviving by small margins.
This has been one of the most lengthy service games that Frances Tiafoe has served in this match, closing in on 7 minutes. 4-all deuce. Pressure mounting on both players, certainly on Tiafoe, who led 4-2 up a set already here in the second set. Now it's a second serve to the Dimitrov forehand, deep to the backhand of Tiafoe, cross-court, now into the slice from Grigor. To the forehand of Grigor, cross-court to cross-court. Grigor tries to change direction. Too much pace from the Tiafoe forehand, and a game point for the American now. I really thought that Tiafoe might ask for the crowd with a game point.
Maybe after he can hold here. Look, the first set percentage, you said, Russell, it's below 40%. So how about a 3/4 kick out wide
and come in?
Grigor's
just chipping.
Or just bounce it up high on the Dimitrov backhand, because what's he going to do?
He hasn't done anything. Grigor hasn't hurt Frances with a backhand return yet in this match. Here's Tiafoe. Of course, he goes down the tee looking for the forehand ace. And now it'll be a second serve. as we've seen before, kicker to the backhand of Grigor, slices low to the backhand. Frances goes drop shot immediately. Beautifully done with the hands. And that's a serve +1 dropper winner for 5-4 in the second set. And Frances giving the money sign to his box. That was money on the drop shot. Big Foe going to change his shirt. And we'll stay here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. It seems to be a change in demeanor right there from Frances Tiafoe. It's actually the most pep in his step we've seen in a few games, Gil.
Yeah, 100%. And let's just take stock of how Frances has won some of the biggest points of this match. It was 30-all early in the first set, and he hit 2 backhand cross-court approach shots in a row, won both points. Just now, he's facing break point at 4-all, and you got to give him credit. He takes that shot out of the bag, or that pattern out of the bag once again, with a backhand cross-court approach shot that ends up winning him the point. Then he wins a forehand rally. He had lost a couple of those in the game, and a beautiful drop shot to close.
Yeah, boy, to leave it till break point, to come in to the net though, Gil.
I agree.
I love it when it's there, but didn't need to get save it till break point because we have a lengthy game.
I mean, perhaps the pressure, at the very least, focused him tactically.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to my plan A here, but the thing is, he can almost spam that. I don't think you can do it too much, can you?
No, I don't believe that you can overdo it, because it could be the necessary knockout punch. He could effectively wound Dimitrov in this second set, and the match is, if he goes 2 sets to love up here.
You think it's over?
I just don't see Dimitrov unless something happens to Frances along the way.
Well, this is a big game for Grigor. Pressure's on. He's not down to break anymore, but he's up against it. He's serving at 4-5 in the second.
We've still got plenty to play in this set, I believe.
Grigor Dimitrov is winning 86% on his first serves in and 25 on second, and that's a big first serve from Dimitrov to start this game. I say that because you sense that first serves are going to be massive here for Grigor.
Yep. And whilst that number is at 25% win rate on the second serves, there is still opportunity for Frances to attack it.
All right, here comes the second serve of this 4-5 game. It's 15-love. Frances Tiafoe waits, steps forward, takes a backhand down the middle into the forehand of Grigor off the top of the net and long. He didn't attack that second serve, but Grigor gave it to him.
Yeah.
It's 15-all. In fact, he put one kind of in the middle of the court with no pace on his backhand.
Very passive.
It was a passive return. Got a little lucky with the Grigor unforced error. It's 15-all. First serve from Dimitrov. Looking to go into the forehand of Tiafoe there. He's been having so much joy down the tee. Tried to go out wide, didn't work. Second serve again from Dimitrov into the forehand of Tiafoe. Back to the backhand of Grigor. Again, Tiafoe backhand to backhand. Grigor coming over multiple backhands, and on a third try, rips it wide. The pressure mounts. Tiafoe is 2 points from the set. It's 15-30.
That was strange from Grigor.
Yeah.
He had been having a lot of success all set long, slicing his backhand, keeping Tiafoe at bay, and he just tried to rip 3 in a row.
Yeah, shocking a little bit from Grigor, and now he's got his back against the wall at 15-30. First serve to the forehand of Tiafoe, back to the forehand of Grigor, and Frances nets a backhand. A huge opportunity lost. Tiafoe grips the top of his racket. He knows that the opportunity was there for him, and he blew it by putting the backhand into the net. It's 30-all. The opportunities are come again, but that was one that went away. All right, so Grigor Dimitrov, 4-5, 30-all. First serve to the forehand of Frances, a chip to the middle of the court. Grigor goes inside out to the open court. Serve +1, and a game point for 5-all now for Dimitrov.
Pretty neutral with that return. Yeah, yes, it was the first serve. Just chipped the ball back, Frances, but it's almost like hoping down the middle. You know that Dimitrov's going to go hunting for the forehand there.
Game point now, 40-30. Grigor to the backhand of Frances. He whips that backhand return long. Tiafoe had the pressure on Dimitrov at 15-30. Grigor responded well. He says, come on. He's trying to fire himself up as he jumps up and down. And Frances Tiafoe tries to reset. It's 5-all in the second set. Tiafoe won the first 6-3. He led 4-2 with a break in hand after consolidating here in the second set, but he gave it back. And now it's 5-all. First serve, first point, 11th game of the second set goes into the net, and Grigor Dimitrov will have a look at the Frances Tiafoe second serve. And here comes Frances, second serve to the backhand of Grigor. A topspin return down the middle. Now the slice to the backhand. Frances goes down the line to the forehand. Grigor goes ripped into one cross court into the forehand of Tiafoe. He goes for the squash shot and puts it into the net. It's love 15. I don't know if you can hear, but the people on the side that Tiafoe was wiping his towel off there said, that was just a great shot. That's a great shot. On to the next one.
Just needs to knuckle down here, Frances.
Love 15, first serve to the forehand of Grigor, chips it short, moves Frances in, little dropper in front. Grigor tries to put it up in front of Frances. Frances pushes it into the open court. Grigor runs it down, finds a defensive lob that stays in, and now we reset, and Frances misses a backhand long. Grigor Dimitrov pumps his fist, and it's love 30 at 5-all. What a get from Dimitrov.
Yep, possibly a get that he shouldn't have. Frances not doing enough. Jamie Delgado just saying to Grigor, great wheels. Yes, it was, but it shouldn't have been able to make a play.
Frances pushed it into the open court instead of punching it into the open court, and Grigor was able to get the ball from behind him, and it's love 30. Big first serve out to the forehand of Grigor induces the error. It's 15-30. Frances has struggled with first serve percentage in this set. That was a crucial time to the big first serve.
He was able to get enough cut on the ball. Just got it outside the strike zone.
It's 15-30. Frances Tiafoe still under pressure here in the 5-all game of the second set. First serve to Grigor, into the body it goes, and that works as well as Grigor chips a backhand return into the net. We haven't seen a whole lot of body serves from Frances. That worked.
It's a good change of direction, going the forehand at love 30, and body backhand, considering that he has severe grip changes, does Grigor.
All right, 30-all now at 5-all from love 30. Tiafoe trying to go out wide, just missed the line. So Grigor has a look. It's a second serve from Frances Tiafoe at 5-all, 30-all. To the backhand of Grigor, chip down the middle. Frances chips to the backhand of Dimitrov, who chips to the forehand of Frances, who rises it up high. Now a backhand from Frances to the backhand of Grigor. Now a forehand down the line as Grigor runs Frances to his forehand. And now into the open court. Grigor moves forward, and Frances Tiafoe passes him cross court. A fist pump to the crowd, and a game point for 6-5.
40-30.
Dimitrov, I think, is starting to feel a bit better. May not after losing that point, but again, he's looking, playing with a bit more purpose. He was trying to apply pressure, but boy, the athleticism of Tiafoe just shone.
Game point now for 6-5. Frances Tiafoe winds and fires a first serve, looking for the body again, and sails it long. Second serve coming. 4-3 for Tiafoe. Won the first 6-3. It's 5-all in the second. Deep second serve to the backhand of Grigor. Rips it cross court. Now a forehand inside in to the forehand of Frances. Just floats it to the middle of the court. Tiafoe could do nothing but guess which side Grigor would go. Grigor goes into the open court, and it's deuce.
Dimitrov starting to thread points together. Some of his style of what we're used to seeing from Dimitrov just starting to pick up a bit of momentum. Serves badly needed for Tiafoe here.
first serve, 5-all deuce. It is wide to the Grigor forehand, a service winner from Tiafoe. 114 out wide, and another point for 6-5. Huge first serve made from Tiafoe there. He's still serving at 40% on first serve in the second set. He could really use another big one here as we approach the 5-minute mark of this service game. Last two service games have been two of the longest of the match for Tiafoe. First serve into the body again. It works again, and Frances Tiafoe holds for 6-5. We're going to take our final timeout of the second set. When we come back, Grigor Dimitrov serves for a second set tiebreak. Frances Tiafoe looks to break to go up 2-0. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Intensity level rising, pressure mounting. Grigor Dimitrov serving at 5-6 in the second set. Frances Tiafoe took the first 6 games to 3. First serve into the net for Grigor Dimitrov. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call. Gil Gross courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Night match 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve off the top of the net. Grigor Dimitrov will have another look at the second serve as he tries to force a second set tiebreak. Frances Tiafoe was up a set and a break at 4-2 in the second set. Grigor broke back. Now a second serve to the backhand of Frances, down the line to the forehand of Tiafoe. Now Grigor cross court to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe, and into the net goes Dimitrov. Again on the topspin backhand, eschewing the slice that has done so well for him in this set, and it's love 15. We talked about that last game when Grigor sort of went to the topspin backhand exclusively to no effect, and he did it again here. Let's see what he does at love 15. First serve is long. Grigor has won only 2 of 11 of his second serve points here in the second set, and Frances Tiafoe has a look at a second here. Forehand return to the backhand of Grigor. Now Frances nets a backhand, and it's 15-all.
15-all.
So now he's 3 of 12, back at 25% is Dimitrov.
Yeah, well, the backhand by Tiafoe there, just trying to redirect, not in position. We saw that in the last game at 15-30. He missed a relatively unstressed backhand. That caused a bit more stress. There was another one just there.
And it's really interesting, the second serve percentage of Grigor in the second set, because it's not because Frances has been going after it. Here's Grigor's first serve offering at 15-all. It's in. Frances had a great return and had a backhand in the middle of the court that he tried to approach on and just dumped it into the net. It's 30-15. There is a... Gil, I'm coming to you after this point because it seems awfully quiet in there. It feels like everybody's nervous right now. Maybe they should be. Grigor Dimitrov serving at 30-15. And Frances Tiafoe has a look at a second serve. Here we go. Grigor's second serve to the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Deep to the backhand of Grigor. That forces the error. That was deep and hard to the Grigor backhand. But Gil, are the nerves palpable right now?
Yeah, well, Dimitrov has had most of the moments in this set. Obviously, it's been a very competitive set, but you think about the lob get that Dimitrov had, turned around that spectacular point, the backhand down the line, flick winner. Usually, Foe is the one kind of adding to the highlight reel.
Grigor's first serve into the forehand of Frances. Big forehand return. Now Frances comes in off the backhand approach. Has a backhand volley and puts it in the net. He did everything he wanted to do but the finish.
40-30.
Well, the umpire calls 40-30, 3 points for Dimitrov, and thanks to 3 mistakes from Dimitrov, all on the backhand side.
From Frances, yeah, from Frances.
From Frances, yep, sorry.
Here's a point for a second set tiebreak right now for Grigor Dimitrov. It's 40-30 off the top of the tape and wide. Second serve coming. 1 hour and 54 minutes into this quarterfinal.
Let's second service.
Grigor Dimitrov will have a second shot at a second serve. Looking to force a second set tiebreak. Dimitrov sends it to the backhand of Frances, deep to the backhand of Grigor. Topspin now into the forehand of Frances Tiafoe. Back down the middle of the court, forehand down the line to the forehand of Frances. Now they're playing in the middle of the court, backhand to backhand. The slice from Dimitrov. Frances changes direction, forces Grigor to his forehand. Now approaches to the backhand, and Grigor into the open court. Frances didn't have much of a cover on that approach. Grigor had a lot of space to work with, and he took it. We're going to a tiebreak.
6 games all, second set.
That's the first time that Tiafoe has been burned with a Dimitrov backhand pass that I can recall, other than the flick down the line that was a circus shot.
Yep.
But now let's see, will that scare Tiafoe off of using the tactic?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not at all. And yeah, you're correct, Gil. First time that he's lost a point. But the approach shot, too much down the middle, too much pace. Didn't allow him to really have presence up at net.
Yeah, you can play yourself out of position, which is kind of what Frances did on that one. But he comes up with a big first serve on the first point of the tiebreak. It's 1-love. Waiting to see when the crowd becomes the third member of this match.
Yeah, well, if they are behind Tiafoe, they need to start vocalizing it, because the home court advantage is worth at least a point or 2 in this tiebreaker.
First serve from Grigor. Return off the top of the tape. It's really short. Dimitrov comes in and just knocks it off. It's 1-all.
1-all.
A little unlucky. Frances hit it clean, but right at the top of the tape, right in the middle of the net, and it just pops straight up. Short and easy put away for Grigor, who's winning 90% of his first serves in the second set, according to the graphic, but not according to our stats. So we'll just leave it at that. Oh, no, it's true. 90%, 19 of 21. But it's a second serve now at 1-all in the second set tiebreak. And it's to the backhand of Tiafoe, to the backhand of Grigor, topspin to the backhand of Frances in the middle of the court, forehand Grigor to the backhand of Tiafoe, forehand Grigor to the backhand of Tiafoe down the line to the forehand of Grigor, to the forehand of Tiafoe, back cross court. Now Frances slices a forehand deep into the corner, stays in. Now Frances comes in again with the cross court approach, and again with the backhand down the line pass. That was a better approach and a better pass from Grigor Dimitrov, although the pace on the Tiafoe approach again didn't allow him a whole lot of time to close.
Well, Dimitrov was there, albeit it was one giant step out, and wow, how on earth he's been able to manipulate the racket head.
So it's
too good.
Yeah, it was too good. 1-2 as Frances Tiafoe serves in the far court. That first serve is long. Second set tiebreak. First to 7, win by 2. Second serve from Frances Tiafoe at 1-2. To the backhand of Grigor. Down to the forehand now of Frances. Goes cross court. Grigor loops one high. Frances comes in again to the forehand side. Drops a drop volley in front of Grigor. And then Frances covers the reply. And it's 2-all. And here comes the crowd again.
Well, you're not going to have a 100% record coming forward. You've got to accept when your opponent maybe makes the passing shot or you miss a couple of volleys, but it's more important when the pressure is on. And we have so much pressure right now.
2-all, second set tiebreak. Frances Tiafoe took the first set. He led 4-2 in the second set. Grigor Dimitrov got the break back. Nothing between them. Frances, huge first serve down the middle. Grigor skies it to the middle of the court, and Frances winds up and crushes a forehand winner. It's 3-2.
Gil, have you seen someone be able to muscle a forehand that's above head high like he just did?
Fritz is actually pretty good above the shoulders as well, but he loves to flatten the ball out when the ball's up high, doesn't he?
Oh, that was just remarkable.
No pace on it from Grigor. The ball's above his shoulder, and he hit a ball that probably went 100 miles an hour into the open court. Incredible stuff. Still on serve. Grigor Dimitrov serving at 2-3 in the ad court in this tiebreak. First serve to the forehand of Frances. He had a good look at it, but smacked it right into the middle of the net. They'll change ends at 3-all.
And Gil, is Grigor now moving up? Is he moving up the coach's end, his box end?
Yes. So both players will be able to get up close and personal with their coaching box when they go to the towel for the tail end of this tiebreak.
I think we'll hear more from Jamie Delgado through our microphones courtside.
David Witt and most of the Tiafoe box up on their feet as Frances takes the baseline for this return of serve.
3-all, second set tiebreak. Frances Tiafoe took the first. Here's Grigor Dimitrov serving in the far court, down the tee. It's an ace. It's an ace for Tiafoe, his 7th of the match, and he leads 4-3 in the second set tiebreak. And words of encouragement coming from the Dimitrov box to their guy. As Frances Tiafoe now serves from behind, it's 3-4. On serve, 2 hours in. Second set tiebreak. Tiafoe's first serve into the body of Dimitrov, forehand to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now a backhand to the backhand of Tiafoe. Grigor slices it low. Frances takes a forehand inside out. Another slice low. Frances takes another forehand inside out. Grigor goes down the line. Frances runs and covers cross court. Grigor goes to the open court. Frances throws up a defensive lob. That lands wide, and we have our first mini break of the tiebreak, and it goes to Dimitrov, who leads 5-3. And one more serve coming to Tiafoe.
Again, Dimitrov on the dead run hits an open stance backhand down the line, redirects it with his drive, and that gave him an advantage in the point. That's a low percentage shot on paper, but it feels like Dimitrov is starting to land it.
All right, first serve from Frances Tiafoe. It's 3-5. Huge moment here. Looking to go hard down the tee, finds the top of the net. So Tiafoe, a second serve. Dimitrov, far court, takes the forehand return cross court and just catches the line. A clean winner off the return from Grigor Dimitrov, and 3 set points to the number 9 seed. Set points for Grigor Dimitrov. He's got the first 2 of 3 on his serve. He sets up for the first serve. Here comes Grigor. Trying to go hard to the Frances backhand. It sails long, second serve coming. Second serve from Dimitrov. Into the top of the net, a double fault. And a look of frustration, understandably so, on the face of Grigor Dimitrov, who goes to his towel, wipes off his hand, quickly wipes off the grip. Some words of encouragement from his box, and Dimitrov will step to the line with another set point in hand. It's 6-4.
Well, could this be? And he survived this point, Tiafoe.
First serve from Grigor into the net. Helps, and the crowd is starting to come to life a little bit too. Second serve now from Grigor Dimitrov. Double faulted his last point, and he double faults again. Back-to-back double faults with set points on his serve. A third coming to Grigor Dimitrov, but Frances Tiafoe holds the reins.
So what does that tell you?
That Grigor's nervous.
So the game plan should be go with your strengths into your opponent's weakness.
All right, so first serve into the backhand is what you're saying, or to the forehand?
Whether it's the first serve, but if you can end up maybe looking to see if he can make a passing shot at this stage.
All right, Frances tosses the ball up, doesn't like the toss, going to re-rack here. First serve, 5-6, still set point for Grigor Dimitrov, who's now returning. Tiafoe's first serve is into the net.
David Witt just saying legs there as well.
Yep, that was very much an arm serve. Second serve off the top of the net and long. Frances Tiafoe was double faulted. Only his third of the match. And that gives the second set to Grigor Dimitrov. We are locked up at a set apiece on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back for the start of set number 3 with nothing between Frances Tiafoe and Grigor Dimitrov on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Here in New York for the last major of the year. All the top guys want to win it.
Going into last year, I don't think I had the belief that I could win a Grand Slam. Now I know I can. I did it.
I demand 100% commitment because I want to be the best.
I love the atmosphere here in New York. I can relate to the people in the crowd. They can relate to me.
How much are you ready to work for it and how hard you're ready to fight for it?
My passion drives me. That's it. My passion drives me to keep going.
Lately I've been playing very well. I feel more confident.
Never give up, never die.
Start of the third, Grigor Dimitrov first serve right into the forehand of Frances Tiafoe, and a missed return of serve, and it's 15-love. This should be an interesting start of set number 3. Frances Tiafoe was up a set in 4-2. Grigor took it in the tiebreak, and Frances puts another forehand into the net, even though Grigor kind of tried to give it to Frances, and then Frances gave it right back to him at the end of the tiebreak and double faulted on set point, right after Grigor had double faulted twice before that. Nerves getting the better of both of these players at the end of set number 2. Frances was just the last one to have the set point against, and that's 3 errors off the racket of Frances Tiafoe to start set number 3. Energy levels low, Mark Woodford.
Yeah, it's something he's going to have to pay attention to, monitor. We felt the same with Dimitrov, beginning of set 2. He was able to find some rhythm early on until he lost serve.
Here's the 40 love point. Frances forehand to the backhand of Grigor, down the line into the forehand of Tiafoe, down the line into the backhand of Frances, slices it to the middle of the court. Grigor rips a backhand down the line. Frances can't handle it. And Grigor Dimitrov, after winning the second set in a tiebreak, has held for 1 love in the third. Frances Tiafoe will change ends, as will Grigor Dimitrov. And the momentum is clearly in the number 9 seed's half. And I was wondering, Mark, if the crowd would actually, you know, Grigor is such a well-liked person in tennis circles, and his game is so aesthetically pleasing. I was actually wondering if Grigor would get some applause here, and some of the love from the New York crowd. But now every time he does something good, it just gets quiet. And it seems like the energy's been sucked out of the building here. And Frances is down love 1, serving. Second game in the third set. It also might be because I think a lot of people might have left the bowl after the first set, maybe to get some refreshments or use the bathroom. But there are a lot of empty seats right now as people try to get back in. Meanwhile, Grigor Dimitrov had a short backhand that he just pushed into the net, so Frances Tiafoe's up 15 love. First serve from Frances Tiafoe, 15 love, second game of the third set, love 1. Dimitrov held to start. More off the back of errors from Tiafoe than anything else. And Frances has a second serve here at 15 love. Into the Grigor backhand, and there's an error from Grigor Dimitrov.
A couple of errors from Dimitrov backhand.
Boy, the energy's out of the building. Mark, a lot of it may have to do with the fact that the level kind of just dropped. It was a whimper at the end of that tiebreak in the second set. Frances Tiafoe, the big first serve. So a quick hold for Grigor Dimitrov, and the possibility of the same for Frances Tiafoe, as both players try to sort of reset after splitting the first 2 sets. And that first serve's into the tape. Second serve on the way from Frances Tiafoe. To the backhand of Grigor, into his body, a shank wide on the return, and it's 1-all.
How about that from David Witt?
I heard that.
He might have heard Mark Woodford.
So for those who didn't have the radio turned up high enough, David Witt asking for more aggression off of the second serve, telling Tiafoe to attack it.
First serve from Grigor Dimitrov here, and that's in, out to the forehand of Tiafoe, but he goes into the open court. Serve plus 1 for Grigor, and well done for 15 love.
There's the brand of Dimitrov that we've seen, well, probably here at this tournament, plus for a good part of the season, why he's back knocking on the top 10. It's number 9 seed here.
And here, Tiafoe has a look at his second serve after the first serve was out. And here's Frances, deep to the backhand of Grigor. Now he's going to move forward to the backhand, a forehand volley. Grigor's got to look at a backhand pass, and it's too strong for Tiafoe, who bricks a volley long. It's 30 love.
So not trying to be too particular, but the approach shot, nice to see him come forward, but it didn't have direction. Didn't force Dimitrov to move. He just powered through, drive, backhand.
Right in the middle third of the Dimitrov backhand side. He only needed to take one step to crack a backhand off the approach. Now a second serve again for Dimitrov at 30 love. Tiafoe takes it and tries to get aggressive, pulling it inside in down the line. Frances has been very good at doing that, but that's the most aggressive he's tried to be in quite some time, instead of just pushing it to the middle of the court. Did you like the effort to just give it a go at cracking that backhand?
Sure. Yep. Yeah. Look, it's you got to start somewhere. It's a pity that it has to be at when he's 30 love down.
A nice backhand return to the middle of the court off the first serve from Tiafoe. Now Grigor into the net, and actually Frances looked the most aggressive he'd looked so far in this set and comfortable in that point. Would you agree, Gil?
Yes, but it was 40 love. So
no pressure.
Exactly. Yeah. He could just totally play loose on that point. And yeah, the pace was a level up from what we've been seeing.
All right, Dimitrov still with game points for 2-1 in the third. First serve to the forehand of Frances. Nice deep return to the backhand of Grigor. Now inside out to the forehand of Grigor. Deep cross-court forehand from Dimitrov has Frances on the run. And the next ball forces the error up the backhand of Tiafoe. And Dimitrov is held for 2-1 on serve in the third. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, second match of the night session here. Quarterfinal action in men's singles between Frances Tiafoe and Grigor Dimitrov. The American took the first set and a 4-2 lead in the second before the number 9 seed mounted a comeback and took the second set in a tiebreak. First 3 games on serve in the third. Frances Tiafoe serves at 1-2. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Gil Gross courtside. First serve from Frances Tiafoe is wide. And the second serve coming in the far court. Frances Tiafoe to the backhand body of Grigor, who chips it deep and slow, and another slice backhand from Dimitrov. Now he comes over it to the backhand of Frances. Now a slice to the forehand side of Tiafoe. He goes right back to the backhand of Grigor. Frances inside out, and Grigor goes down the line to the forehand. Now cross-court forehand from Frances, and another one down the line to the backhand. He slices it once again to the Frances backhand, down the line to the forehand. Frances rolls a forehand short and wide, and Grigor tries to go around the net, but isn't able to get it done. And what an ingenuitous first point from Frances Tiafoe.
Yep, that probing rally, and an amazing angle, but it's not a rally that I'm really comfortable with him trying to win this match based on rallies like that. I think it takes too much out of Frances Tiafoe's end of the court, and it's exactly playing into Dimitrov's hands.
All right, first serve is into the forehand of Grigor. Return was right down the middle. Now Frances tries to go to the forehand side of Dimitrov and pushes it into the net, trying to make something happen earlier in the rally this time. 15 all. Feel like the pressure's mounting on Tiafoe just a little bit. He knew he had the driver's seat to himself. Up a set in 4-2. He let Dimitrov off the hook. He's back into it, and we're all level at 30-15 at 1-2 after a Frances Tiafoe big first serve into the body.
Just hope that he can keep taking care of business when he steps up to serve. That's the priority.
And another big first serve down the tee. Tiafoe stringing some first serves together, which we haven't seen in quite some time.
Yeah, if you can get that first serve percentage back up, it might provide a bit more time. Time for him to create opportunities. There's a nice way to finish the game.
Big forehand from Frances Tiafoe inside in, forcing the error off the racket of Grigor Dimitrov. 2-2 now in the third set.
We talk about the energy lull at the start of that third set after the climax that was the second set tiebreak, and I was looking for which player was going to create a little spark first. And Tiafoe, with that short angled forehand and his reaction after holding serve there, I think Frances was the first to create that spark.
Well, we'll see if that spark can turn into something bigger. Grigor Dimitrov does his well best to extinguish the flame with an ace on the opening serve of the fifth game of this third set. It's 15-love. Eighth ace of the match for Grigor Dimitrov. By the way, just 2 for the match for Frances Tiafoe. Second serve now for Dimitrov. First serve hit the top of the net and sailed long and wide. It's the backhand of Frances into the deep backhand corner. Grigor goes inside out, left the line open. Frances looked for it, but pushed the backhand long, and it's 30-love. In the early stages of this match, Frances Tiafoe was forcing Grigor Dimitrov to really work just to hold serve. Hasn't quite been that way from the middle of the second set on. Grigor's been holding with relative ease. Big forehand cross court from Frances, opens the court, and he finishes inside out on the forehand side, and it's 30-15.
30-15.
And Mark, we haven't really talked about Frances and the coaching change. Wayne Ferreira was credited for so much of Frances leveling up, and then surprisingly to some, they decided to end their partnership after last season, and David Witt's been in his box. We'll talk about it after this point. 30-15 at 2-all. Grigor Dimitrov misses the first serve. A double fault to 30-all. Let's table the coach discussion now as we hit 30-all. We could have an inflection point here in the third set. We can talk coaching after this game.
Well, the coaching might be relevant right now because at 30-all.
Say your piece, my friend.
That the voice of David Witt at the beginning of this second set was about going out after the second serve. And if he has an opportunity here.
First serve from Grigor. Good deep forehand return from Frances Tiafoe. Forces the error off the Dimitrov forehand. And a breakpoint opportunity for Frances Tiafoe. And listen to them rise at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, that was an excellent return. We haven't seen too many of those successfully made by Frances. Now he stands at break point.
Here comes Grigor Dimitrov. Down 30-40, missing the first serve long. So Frances Tiafoe will have an opportunity to attack a second serve of Grigor Dimitrov should he choose to do so. second serve. Frances takes the return back to the backhand of Grigor. Now topspin backhand, and now a slice to the backhand of Tiafoe. Goes down the line, short to the forehand. Grigor steps in and rips a winner to the open court. Not an easy shot with pace to get it up and down into the open court, but Grigor got it done.
He did. And it is a tough shot. However, passive play by Frances. The opportunity was there, body serve on the backhand, and he just got it back into play. That's not good enough.
All right, so we're at deuce, first serve into the net. Frances Tiafoe will have another look at a second serve. Kicker to the backhand, Frances back to the backhand, deep to Grigor. Grigor goes back deep now. Inside in, the attempt from Grigor Dimitrov is into the middle of the net, and Frances Tiafoe will have another look at a break point.
Well, it's very fortunate to be in this situation.
A bit of a gift from Dimitrov there off the forehand.
Right.
We saw Frances early in the first set take second serve returns in the ad court and rush the net off of it. We haven't seen it since then. If he sees the second serve, could we see it now? A second serve is coming.
He prefers it on the deuce side. I will say that.
He's got to look at it with another break point. Frances goes cross court to the backhand of Grigor. Now he's got a forehand, goes behind Dimitrov, and that forces the error. Threw a little height on that forehand. Deep to the backhand side of Grigor. The backhand breaks down, and Frances Tiafoe has the break. It's 3-2.
Wow. And the lightning just struck this Arthur Ashe arena. I mean, that just came out of nowhere. Love 30.
A couple of bad errors from Grigor Dimitrov.
And, you know, trying to make a positive situation there. Frances didn't donate from love, 30 love that Dimitrov led. It was a very tidy game from Frances. And in particular, that, I guess that last point, the variation was there. He wasn't trying to muscle the ball. It wasn't trying to hit a winning shot. He actually took some pace off of it
and put it up a little higher too, a little higher and a little bit deeper. And Grigor is shaky. The weird thing about this match, and Gil, you can chime in on this too, is that it looks like when one player gets aggressive, that's when the other player actually comes up with the shots. They're forced into big shots, and it's the passiveness on that when the errors seem to come.
So you think that when Frances, well, I think in that game, yes, Frances wasn't all that attacking, and Dimitrov made errors off of the ground. It was just a blink from Grigor there, and he missed first serves. The one time he made a first serve on the deuce side late in that game at 30-all, Frances guessed correctly. He was right on it on the wide serve.
All right, so Tiafoe again, this is a little bit of deja vu. He broke for 3-2 in the second set and held for 4-2. He's got another opportunity here to get his nose out in front in a set. Second serve to the Dimitrov backhand, returned down the middle, and Frances sends his backhand long. That was an aggressive return, actually, from Grigor. Hard down the middle of the court. Find the will. So love 15 at 3-2. Frances first serve down the tee, forces the return error, and it's 15-all.
Gil, is there a bit of a conversation flow going on between Dimitrov and his team there?
Yeah, I think I heard find the will.
Yeah, and I don't know how you find the will, but after he missed the return, I don't know if he was really wanting to hear that, because it looked like he turned around and gave him a gobful.
All right, second serve into the backhand of Grigor. Backhand to backhand now. Grigor going topspin. Frances replying that way now. The slice. Frances comes back with a roller to the backhand. Another slice backhand from Grigor. Now he's on the forehand to the forehand of Frances. Back to the backhand of Grigor Dimitrov. Frances inside out to the backhand of Grigor, and that forces the error. A little injection of pace and depth. Come on. And again,
30-15.
seems to be talking to his box.
And that was a tactical discussion about the backhand. And I think they're saying hit the ball. I think they want him to hit over the backhand.
To come over it, yeah. There looks like there are two gentlemen sitting to the left of Grigor Dimitrov, and I'm not sure who they are. But
Jamie Delgado, you mean?
Next to Jamie Delgado.
Yeah.
And they seem to be advising Grigor as well. Sometimes, you know, if you've got too many voices coming at you, we saw Jamie just then leaning forward. It looked like he was trying to get something across, but you know, you've got to know your place in sitting in your coach's box.
Service winner from Tiafoe brings him to 40-15 on a first serve.
If you're just a friend of Jamie Delgado's, you shouldn't be necessarily, you know, giving out advice if you're not there, part of the team week in, week out.
And again, Frances Tiafoe will have a look at a first serve.
SMU head coach Grant Chen is in the box. He's wearing the blue cap. He's on the opposite side of Jamie Delgado. I don't recognize any of the others, though.
So he seems to be down one end of the box, doesn't he, Gil?
Yes. And it's the guys in between Jamie Delgado and the SMU coach is the one that you're talking about. And an absolutely horrific looking second serve from Frances Tiafoe that went about 10 feet wide and 10 feet long. So that's a double fault. By the way, his fourth of the match, first of the set. It's still game point. It's 40-30. That was all out of whack there. Another point for 4-2 for Frances Tiafoe. First serve into the body. Grigor chips it deep to the forehand side of Frances. Now a forehand inside out to the backhand, and Grigor goes over it, forcing Frances to scramble, lifting one up into the middle of the court. And now a backhand into the net from Frances Tiafoe, and it's deuce. Some fine scrambling from both players there. You know how important this is right now. We're hearing both boxes talk to their players.
Dimitrov, though, is the one that's seems like he's needing some inspiration. He's going over to the towel box that's right underneath Jamie Delgado.
3-2 deuce. First serve for Tiafoe to the forehand of Grigor. Down the line, here comes Frances slicing into the backhand of Grigor Dimitrov, who sends it long. Advantage Tiafoe. That's the first time he took pace off a little bit of an approach shot.
Something a little different. Still trying to capture what some of these messages are. But yeah, a different type of spin that helped pick up their error.
Another game point. An opportunity to go up 4-2. Little frustrated look from Frances Tiafoe after he missed that first serve. Second offering coming right now to the backhand of Grigor Dimitrov, and Grigor slices it into the net. So Frances Tiafoe, for the second straight set, leads 4-2.
Let's go. Stay present right here. Let's go. Go. Hungry and believe. Hungry and believe. Yes, just so you know next time, okay? Come on, work through it. Let's go, hit the ball, come on.
Almost wish we could mute one box so we could hone in on just one of them. We have a lot of crosstalk right now.
We did see Jamie Delgado, because we can see the monitors and read the lips on that. He said, hit the ball, let's go. Grigor Dimitrov down 2-4, serving here in the third set, one set apiece. Second serve right off the back of the line. Frances Tiafoe looked like he thought it might have been going out until maybe it landed. He'd like to see it again. The ball reacted like it might have skidded off the paint there on the lines. As Gil Gross has mentioned, all three of us have hit on these courts, and the ball can skid through, especially when it hits the lines. It's 15-love. Second serve coming. Frances backhand return into the backhand corner, which Grigor takes with a forehand, and now he tries to crush a backhand down the line. Does Dimitrov wildly wide, probably ill-advised, and it's 15-all.
So in contrast, if Frances was able to hear some of the messaging about coming over the top of the backhand for Dimitrov, that forehand that he's just played is ideal then. Very hard to come over the top of the backhand when it's up above his shoulders.
Grigor coming forward, and Frances Tiafoe finding the toes of Dimitrov. Grigor can't handle the half volley, and it's a half chance now for Tiafoe to take a second break here in the third set. It's 15-30.
Brace the fight. Brace the fight.
So who was that coming from, Gil?
That was Grant Chen.
In the Grigor Dimitrov box, they seem to be imploring him to compete harder. You know, embrace the fight. Find the will.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that.
If I were a player, I think I'd be kind of pissed off at my box if they were telling me like I'm not trying or something. That's what it sounds like to me. Second serve now for Dimitrov. Into the backhand of Frances, deep to the backhand corner of Grigor. He comes over it. He's going to come over another backhand. Now Frances goes down the line into the forehand, injecting pace now. Slice backhand from Grigor. Frances goes back inside out. Grigor over the top of it with some pace, and now an inside out forehand to the backhand of Frances. And now Grigor finds a forehand opening and the open court. And it's 30-all as Grigor just yells at his box after winning the point.
Very odd. Yeah, instead of celebrating the fact that he played a brilliant point and fended off a 15-30 situation, he screamed at his box after winning that point.
Am I wrong to think Frances Tiafoe could have tried to end that point earlier? He was in control.
There was a little opening there.
But it's 30-all. Grigor Dimitrov first serve into the backhand of Frances Tiafoe. Back to the forehand of Grigor. Now Frances rips the forehand cross court. Now a backhand goes behind Grigor as Frances approaches the net. Forehand volley, doesn't do enough with it. It was sort of a half drop volley punch into the middle of the court. Grigor had all the time in the world for the pass. And it's 40-30.
Well, again, I go back to the point of you can never be at 100%. When you're going forward, you've got to accept you're going to lose a few points, and I just hope that losing that point doesn't stop Frances from exploring going forward.
Game point now for Grigor Dimitrov. Big first serve down the tee, but a big return from Frances, who then rips his second forehand into the net. So Grigor Dimitrov has held. Frances Tiafoe leads 4-3. He'll serve when we come back on US Open Radio, 1 set apiece. We're in the third, and we're presented by American Express. One set apiece on Arthur Ashe Stadium in our second quarterfinal of the night. This one in the men's draw between Frances Tiafoe of the United States and Grigor Dimitrov, the number 9 seed from Bulgaria. First 2 sets were split between the two. Frances Tiafoe leads 4-3, and he's serving in the far court to Grigor Dimitrov. First serve down the tee is long. Second straight set, Tiafoe's led 4 games to 2. Second serve to the backhand of Grigor. He just chips it down the middle, and Frances misses his first ball wide, and it's love 15.
There might be some relief for Dimitrov going up the other end now. Not necessarily engaging in some of the help that's been given towards him.
Frances, big first serve down the tee. Nice return from Grigor. They're into their backhand-to-backhand rally. Grigor comes over a backhand into the forehand of Frances. Now the slice backhand to the backhand side. Another slice from Grigor to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now he comes over it, forehand Tiafoe, right back to the backhand of Frances. Down the line to the forehand of Tiafoe, who goes cross-court into the forehand of Grigor Dimitrov, who sends it long, and it's 15-all.
15-all.
That was a concerning reaction from Dimitrov after missing that forehand. Almost like his back locked up.
We'll get to keep a close eye on that. Grigor returning at 15-all.
Yep, and a grimace after that first serve went wide.
Second serve coming. And Grigor inside out in the backhand return. Into the slice back. Slice long, and Grigor again slumps his shoulders over. Looks at his strings. Now he bends down. Looks like he's moving his hip around his leg, lower back, reaches for his lower back. And Grigor Dimitrov strain on his face a little bit as he crouches to return serve. It's 30-15. First serve from Frances Tiafoe, and a very concerning move towards the ball on his forehand side as Grigor grabs his leg and his back again. And Grigor Dimitrov is physically in distress at the moment. I'll be shocked if he doesn't ask for a physio at some point here. He hasn't yet. And return deep. Grigor goes for a drop ball. He doesn't even move for the next ball as Frances goes up 5-3. Maybe he waits till the end of the set, but he's looking like his body is betraying him at the moment, Mark.
It just looks like it's locked up, and the players, their back starts to seize up. It can happen during a match. Generally, whether it's something that's created, it can be tension that just locks your back up. I haven't noticed anything throughout this match, you know, in the first 2 sets.
Grigor just threw in a serve that was tracked at 105.
Gil, did you notice anything for 2 sets?
No, he hit a running forehand, and it just looked like all at once it locked up on him.
And Grigor cannot serve right now. He just pushed a first serve about 10 feet long. This is good news for Frances Tiafoe, although he still has to finish out this game. Grigor moves forward, swinging volley. It's 15-all. It could really be anything that throws your back out. Any of us in our 30s have understood that all of a sudden you make one false move, whether it's tying your shoe or zipping your suitcase, you could lock your back up, let alone being on a tennis court.
It's a big match, though, for Grigor. And the tension, we saw the chatter that's going towards his coach's box, getting frustrated, the tension that's in this match. That could alone just create your back, cause it to lock.
And I got to say, Frances Tiafoe is very much playing and looking like a guy who knows his opponent is hurt, because he's just thrown in an unforced error off the return. He's frustrated with himself. He knows he really only needs to get balls sort of back deep in the court right now, and he'll win the point, because Grigor can't move. There's a double fault from Dimitrov, who almost looks like he wants this set to end so he can figure out what's going on. Like, why extend this pain? He looks in visible pain, does Grigor Dimitrov. Another weak serve to the forehand of Frances, who floats it back to the middle of the court, and Grigor fires a forehand wide. Set point now for a 2-1 lead for Frances Tiafoe.
Thank you, please.
Second serve, set point for Tiafoe, and a double fault. We're going to keep it right here as Grigor Dimitrov and Frances Tiafoe go to their benches. Grigor mentioned something
Tiafoe leads by 2-1.
to the chair umpire, Ariel Tourt of France.
So he's just saying that it looks like his left, kind of whether it's even his left hamstring that's connected to the lower region.
Interesting. He just gave a thumbs up to his box, 2 thumbs up, and then waved his hands.
Well, it also looked like he said, waved them off, saying, "I'm done." So we're getting mixed signals. No doubt the trainer, come on out. Let's see if we can hear.
They're going to go inside, is what the trainer just said. It sounds like it's something, could be in the groin, hamstring area, something where they have to take him inside. So Grigor Dimitrov is going to leave the court.
He's not even walking right
No.
as he goes off the court here.
You're right. I mean, it could be a groin. He's walking as if something
catches.
Yeah.
When you take that step, you can't kind of take a full step. It's certainly very restrictive.
Yeah, we're watching him walk down the tunnel.
Mr. Dimitrov left the court
with the physio
to receive treatment from the physio.
He's pointing to his left groin and hamstring, both sides. He pointed to the inside of his left upper leg, and he pointed to the outside under his glute on his leg. So therefore, they'll take it inside. So Grigor could have some privacy while the physio does the evaluation. And there'll be an evaluation period, and should Grigor need a full medical timeout, he can be afforded that as well. Second set, though, to Frances Tiafoe. It hasn't been the prettiest of tennis, Mark Woodford. Is it fair to say that? Certainly hasn't had the electricity that we were kind of hoping for in this match tonight. But Frances still leads 2-1.
Well, I mean, there was loads of tension and exciting first 2 sets. Certainly a set and a half. It was electric for Frances Tiafoe, and then just plateaued. Dimitrov got back into the match, but yeah, probably halfway through that 3rd set is when this issue started to come about, and yeah, we just lost a bit of momentum. Obviously, all eyes were trying to ascertain what's going on with Dimitrov.
Grimacing. We're watching replays right now as the chair umpire talks with the officials. Now they're trying to confer. Let's see if Grigor is going to come back. Frances Tiafoe is back on the court.
Woody, I know you asked me if I had seen anything previously, and for the most part, no. I think it was one running forehand.
Well, he started, he had 3 minutes. Well, you went, so you can continue, yes, if you want. You have 3 minutes left, yes.
All right, so Orly, Tort, and Frances having a discussion about how much time Tiafoe has.
Warning, then it's a time violation point penalty.
How much time Grigor has on this medical timeout. It's 3 minutes once the treatment starts, but you never know when the evaluation period ends and the treatment starts. So actually, they've just started the clock.
Yeah, they were on the walkie-talkies,
okay.
Probably talking with the physio to let them know when the evaluation period ended and when the medical timeout begins, and that's why Orly Tort told Frances he has 3 minutes, and she told Frances that he could go to the bathroom or change his clothes during that 3 minutes. He was allowed to, and he said, I can't get it done in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and right now the clock, it's at 1:50, so that's how long Dimitrov has before the serve clock will begin for the start of the 4th set. I do think there were moments at the end of the 1st set where I was struck by a lack of intensity in Dimitrov's movement, and I thought that it was a little odd. I didn't know quite what to make of it, and then he ramped it up at the start of the 2nd, so I kind of forgot about it. But other than that, my best guess would be something acute happened on that particular running forehand at the end of the last set.
And of course, in that 1st set that you were alluding to, Gil, the velocity of Frances's shots was probably at its optimum. They were coming down. I think anyone would maybe not able to chase down some of the heavily struck balls.
Frances had the much more aggressive game plan coming into this, obviously, because he was moving forward, trying to finish points at the net. And Mark, to your point, he wasn't phased by some of the points he lost while moving forward. He kept coming, and then he just stopped. It seemed to stop out of nowhere in the middle of the second set. He started playing passively.
Yeah, well, once, I mean, he was serving.
He was at 4-3 serve.
Yeah, and serving for a 5-2 lead is when he lost his first service game. And if you remember, at the back end of that game, he kind of gifted the couple of, I think, 3 points to lose that break, and that's a reaction that I think players you all have when things are going well and you put a stop to it. You have to reassess. You're trying to push that reset button, but what it did, it welcomed back Grigor Dimitrov into, you know, igniting his game. And I think at the time I said this is going to be an absolute dogfight.
And I also think there's something to what you said, Woody, about the stress of a massive moment that can sometimes contribute to injuries, and you never want to kind of you don't
Gil,
ever want to
cut
put
you
on
off real fast, because we're watching Grigor Dimitrov now walk back towards the court. He's less limpy than when he went in, but he's still not completely comfortable, he doesn't look like, in his gait. What do you think, Mark, from what we just saw? Or is that his natural stride? He's not on his natural side. Right, Gil? You can see him now.
His face doesn't look comfortable. No, it's not a normal walk. It's a faster walk, but
his velocity is quicker. Grigor's put his hat on backwards. He is buttoning the bottom button of his shirt, and he is back out here, and we are going to begin set number 4. Frances Tiafoe to serve in the near court, an ace down the tee.
And no explosion out of the split step on that Tiafoe tee serve. I think a healthy Grigor would have thrown his body towards the direction of the ball there.
15 love. Tiafoe now to the backhand of Grigor and deep. We might learn a little bit more here off a second serve, and if a rally ensues, how much movement Grigor Dimitrov has. To the backhand, he comes over the return deep down the middle, and Grigor can't run to his forehand side at all. I believe that Dimitrov may not be long for this match, Mark Woodford.
Well, sadly, we might see one more game just to see how he serves.
Grigor can lunge to his backhand side, but it looks like moving to his forehand. It's a no-go. And we'll see what happens here. It's 40 love. We're not going anywhere after this game ends, because unfortunately, here's the backhand return from Grigor. The reply from Frances. Grigor can't move. Grigor hopped a little bit as if he's going to try to make the turn. As we watch Grigor approach his bench, Frances continues to the other side of the court. Doesn't look at Grigor. Grigor doesn't say a word to Frances. So Dimitrov will make it to the other side of the net. Maybe to your point, Mark, we're going to see if Grigor thinks he can maybe hold his serve and try to just get through this by hanging on a little bit.
Yeah, take care of your end of the court first. You never know what presents. If it is any type of tension-related injury, it's just waiting for it to ease off. Probably taking medication as well.
It's a slow serve to the forehand of Frances and a wild backhand wide from Dimitrov. It looks like he's trying to figure out a way to loosen it up. He just jumped up and down a little bit, but the look on his face is one of resignation. He's shaking his head now as he bounces the ball to get ready for his first serve at love 15, and it's another slow serve down the tee. Grigor rips a forehand inside in. Now maybe he'll come in down the line and a clean winner for Dimitrov. Difficult position for Frances to be in the moment, I would think.
more difficult for Dimitrov.
Yes,
because
for sure.
This happened at Wimbledon, guys. He was playing Daniil Medvedev.
That was really early. That was first set too. All right, here we go. Backhand to backhand. Grigor just hitting backhand at the top of the net now. Frances will come in. And Grigor's there for the forehand and a wide open court winner for Dimitrov.
30-15.
And it's 30-15. And to your point, Gil, it was 3-5 in the first set in the round of 16 against Daniil Medvedev that he pulled the plug.
Right, and he's playing the best tennis of his life. So these are huge opportunities for him, especially off clay, to make a run at a major, and the body is getting in the way.
Yeah, a big first serve out wide, and then Dimitrov now has just sort of bent down to touch his shoes, but it looked like more to stretch his hamstring.
What's also odd, guys, is don't notice anything that's been applied to his back. I don't notice anything underneath the shorts. He just reached down to grab his left shoe.
The problem is definitely on the left side of his body, because when he lands, he's having a hard time dealing with the pain, and then he tried to move forward on the forehand side.
40-30.
I mean, unless my eyes are deceiving me, Gil, you're there courtside, you might have a better view, but I don't see any tape on his back, or whether it was a hamstring or anything like that, or a quad.
I don't see strapping either.
So maybe we're in the wrong area. It might be to do with his foot, toe, ankle.
I'm still on the back theory personally, because it looks like he's playing with a harness on. It's almost like every single movement that he attempts is restricted in some way.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, from what I'm seeing, and from being a guy that's had a bunch of different injuries in his life, that to me looks more hip, hamstring, sort of in that groinal adductor kind of area. And backhand to backhand we go. It's deuce. Grigor can reach to his backhand side. The problem is going to his forehand. This is going to be the issue. Frances goes cross court. Grigor can't make the move off his left foot to push off to go towards the forehand side. That's what I'm seeing. I've been there before, Mark. I've been hurt on that side, and trying to push to go that way is nearly impossible. I'm not saying it's the same thing, but I'll also say that we won't see the strapping for where that injury might be, because it's up in the groinal area. So it's under his shorts if they strapped anything. And we're totally speculating on medical things, which we're not supposed to do. But the truth is, when we're looking at a guy limp like this, it's hard not to try to figure out what's wrong, because Grigor's down 2-love in the fourth, and he is again reaching down to his left foot and just tightening his shoes a little bit. And now he's leaning over with both hands on his thighs and looking forlorn towards his box. Second serve from Tiafoe to the backhand of Grigor. Grigor just takes one step and pushes a backhand wide.
Guys, he was injured last year at the US Open against Alexander Zverev. He finished that match, but I was there and I remember it. He lost the last two sets 6-1, 6-1, and he couldn't move. It's just, I'm going through the history now in my head with Dimitrov, and it's sad to think how often this has happened to him.
And now Frances quickly up to the line at 30-love. And it looks like Frances might be trying to move this thing along. And Grigor with a backhand into the net, and it's 40-love.
Yeah, he should definitely. You know, it's no mercy at all. Frances to get to 3-love. We could see at the end of the match at this changeover, but it's important for Frances not to give over 3 points.
And that was a double fault from Frances Tiafoe. It's 40-15. He's got some rope here, considering that Grigor really can't move very much. And this time the first serve goes in, chip back in. Long. It's 3-love. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on Grigor Dimitrov. He's going to walk to his chair without acknowledging the chair umpire, which leads me to believe that we will continue. will stay here.
So if it is, well, again, you've given some input of if it's the groin. If it is the lower back, you know, he had no issues sitting down just then. I mean, as well as a groin, certainly had those as well.
Look, it almost doesn't matter what the injury is at this point. He's injured clearly, right? Like, I don't want to speculate anymore on what the injury is because he can't move.
No, there's no doubt about that. Usually when you go in, you get something taped. And unless the medical advice has been it is not going to offer you any support, maybe they just put some heat cream, taking some medication and said, off you go.
Give it your best, yeah. Totally.
But in that sense, what he's putting out right now is not going to have any impact. So why play? Because you run the risk.
That's a good question, because Gil, you were remembering Grigor from last year against Sasha Zverev going through the end of a match, 2 sets. Maybe that's just part of his makeup. I will not quit on the court unless they have to carry me off.
I think it just depends on the severity of the injury, and this seems a little bit worse than what happened last year against Zverev. He has retired 6 times at majors in his career.
I think Frances just realized they have new balls out there. So Grigor held up the new balls to show I'm serving with new balls, and Frances saw that and immediately walked to his chair to get a new racket while Grigor was going into his service motion.
He does that a lot. He loses track of the ball change. And then he has to go late to his bag.
In fairness, I mean, we are in the 4th set at 3-love. That's a lot to, he's got a lot in his mind here. First serve now from Grigor, right to the forehand of Frances, loops it up in the middle of the court. Grigor's going to just try to pound that to the backhand side of Tiafoe, and it's 15-love. Yeah, that was one of the clearly tough points where it's like, you're just trying to put the ball in play against the guy who clearly can't move, but he put it right to him. And Grigor again coming down. Gil, I'm sure you're noticing this. When Grigor lands off his first serve, he kind of just hops on his right leg. He doesn't want to put his left leg down.
I don't think he wants to explode or use his legs at all.
All right, it's 15-all. 3-love Tiafoe here in the 4th. Second serve coming. Surprise, Tiafoe hasn't mixed it up, Mark. Thrown balls to the forehand side. That's where Grigor can't move.
At the moment, I'm just transfixed on Grigor, and surely Frances, if he can secure a double break, this match is going to be called.
And a return from Frances and a forehand into the open court from Grigor. Frances runs it down, and Grigor hits a backhand into the open court, and it's 40-15.
Ready for the serve, Paul. Ready? Here we go. This one right here. Ready for the 2 first. Here we go.
All right, 40-15. Game points now to get on the board in the 4th set. And Frances misses a forehand return long. Grigor Dimitrov holds. Tiafoe still leads 3-1. Now Grigor squatting on the other side. Kind of opening and closing his legs, looking at his box. He's banging his racket now on the ground a little bit on the top of it. Not hard, but more in a frustrated type of, I'm not sure what I can do way. And Frances Tiafoe serves, leading 3-1. Return error off the racket of Dimitrov, and it's 15-love. Grigor walks towards his box and continues the conversation. Second serve from Tiafoe at 15-love. Backhand return, slice to the backhand of Tiafoe. Now Grigor will try to crack one down the line and finish the point. He does, because he put it in the net, and it's 30-love. First serve into the net again from Frances Tiafoe. Now a second serve. Grigor comes over the backhand, puts it into the net. It's 40-love.
Okay, I guess we'll see what happens at the end of this point.
Second serve into the backhand of Grigor. Down in the middle it goes. Now a big backhand over the top from Dimitrov. And a forehand into the net. It's 4-1 Tiafoe. Grigor is walking to the net, and that's going to do it. He's pulling the plug. Grigor Dimitrov and Frances Tiafoe embrace at the net. They have words kind towards each other. And they're still continuing the conversation, which we can't hear, so we can't tell you what they're saying. As much as we'd like to know, Frances waves to the crowd. They've got what they want, maybe not in the manner they would have liked it, but Frances Tiafoe, for the second time in 3 years, is into the semifinals of the US Open. And for the first time since Agassi beat Ginepri in the 2005 US Open, we'll have an All-American semifinal with Taylor Fritz waiting in the wings. Grigor claps to the crowd as he leaves. A nice round of applause for Grigor Dimitrov, one of the most well-respected players, been around for so long, but unable to finish the job in his 14th consecutive US Open main draw. And as we watch him leave the court, he is grimacing big time, limping heavily, shaking his head, and in severe, obvious pain.
Yeah, it's got to be an annoying position for Grigor. I mentioned pre-match that the reason for his success has been a healthy body, and look, at 33 years of age, it can be tough. It's a tough game.
All right, Christopher Eubanks with
Frances, knowing the competitor you are and how much you relish for these moments, I think we all know that's not the way you wanted to try to advance to the semifinals here again. Grigor coming up lame. Wanted to get your thoughts on the match you played, and obviously, send the best wishes to Grigor.
Yeah, obviously, it's not the way I want to get through, but obviously happy to get through. Another semifinal here, incredible. Yeah, it was a really, really high-level match. I liked where I was at in the third regardless, but obviously, didn't want to end it like that, especially for me and for the crowd. But ultimately, you guys get to see me again against another American, so Friday's going to be one hell of a day.
It's actually an honor for me to be able to say this, the fact that on Friday there will be 2 American men in the semifinals of the US Open for the first time since 2005. You and Taylor are obviously very good friends, Davis Cup partners, Laver Cup partners. What are your thoughts on that match? And I'm sure you're going to be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest match in me and Taylor's life. We've known each other for so long. I've been playing against him since the 14. So, to be able to play him here at the biggest arena, at one of the biggest matches in the world, is going to be awesome. But I can't be more excited. I'm going to give everything I got, and I know we're 2 Americans, but I hope you all are with me come Friday.
I think you've done a good job of making sure that the Ash crowd knows that this is your house, and I think you don't have to worry about them being behind you and Taylor. It's going to be some good tennis for both of you. Early thoughts on what do you think are going to be some big differentiators in that matchup? You guys have played each other so many times. You guys have practiced so many times. What do you think, based on your previous matchups, will be a big part of the matchup on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to be aggressive. He's one of the best ball strikers on the tour from both sides. He's moving way better, so I'm definitely going to have to serve better. My serve was really patchy today, but yeah, I mean, who's ever going to be the first guy to, dictate? Obviously, I'm going to use my speed to try to be as aggressive as I can, but ultimately, man, he's got to dig deep, and you got to want it more than the other guy. I mean, it's a semifinal, U.S. Open, no excuses, man.
We can't wait for Friday, everyone. Your 2024 U.S. Open semifinalist, Frances Tiafoe.
Big fan favorite here at the U.S. Open. It'll be the first time that Taylor Fritz and Frances Tiafoe have met here in New York at the Open. But it is worth pointing out that Taylor Fritz holds the head-to-head 6-1 on Frances Tiafoe. And the only time Frances beat him was the first time they played as pros at this level in 2016.
Have they played this year?
They have not played this year. They played once in 2023. That was in the Acapulco quarterfinal.
Okay.
And it was a straight set win for Taylor Fritz. In fact, he beat him in straight sets the year before in Tokyo in the final. And the 3 before that, 2 in 2022 and the 1 in 2019, all went 3 sets.
So 3-set format. They haven't yet to play in a...
They've played 3-set, in the 3-set format, they've played 3 sets three times in the 9 matches.
No 5. They've never played at Grand Slams.
They have not played at a Grand Slam. This is their first best-of-5 matchup.
So I would give a little edge to Frances in best-of-5 set format. The 3-set format provides that opportunity for Taylor Fritz. The way his game is set up, it is from the first point, red line, go for broke, and generally he can get the jump on a lot of players. And I think it's tough to find that weakness in the Taylor Fritz game for Frances. Maybe just doesn't match up well, but in that 5-set format, the foot speed of Frances, and hopefully he doesn't feel like the foot speed he just defends. He must use it to be aggressive, like he did tonight. There were really good signs in that match for Frances to go another couple of matches.
Gil Gross, you were sitting courtside for this one. What are your reflections on what we just witnessed from Frances Tiafoe? We will all give our best wishes to Grigor Dimitrov and a quick, healthy recovery from whatever it is that forced him to pull the plug at 4-1 in the 4th. What'd you think about the way Frances not only played today, but maybe going into Friday against Taylor Fritz, how he matches up in his form at the moment, and Taylor's?
I think Frances was probably at a 6 or 7 out of 10 tonight compared to what his capabilities are, which is okay. You can't be 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 every night. He mentioned the patchy serving. That was certainly evident. There were actually a lot of backhand errors early. It didn't end up costing him. I thought he lost his way a little bit in terms of just staying aggressive and being able to attack Dimitrov, but he did have a plan, and he has the skill set to be able to execute certain things on the court with comfort, like forcing Dimitrov to pass him on his backhand. So look, I thought he was probably on a path to winning the match even before Dimitrov was injured, and I think that's the best compliment that I can pay Frances Tiafoe about tonight. Now Taylor, I think it's a difficult matchup for Frances because I think Fritz, it's tougher to find out exactly or have as clear a plan in your head of how you're going to attack him. And I think if Frances gets stuck in the back of the court with Taylor, Fritz might be able to almost out-hit him. I think he plays bigger off of both wings, and he's a little bit more reliable off of both wings, forehand and backhand. And yes, Tiafoe might move a little bit better, but I think it's really important in a matchup against Fritz that Frances kind of doesn't get into too many rhythmic baseline rallies, because I think he'll lose that.
Well, that match will be coming up on Friday. Gil Gross, thank you so much for all your efforts courtside and your insight as well.
Pleasure, you guys.
Mark Woodford, another quarterfinal day coming our way tomorrow. And on the men's side, I know you'll be paying close attention to Jack Draper and Alex de Minaur, the Australian there.
Yeah, great opportunity. For Jack Draper, I love watching him play, being left-handed, and he's bringing something special to the sport, and certainly filling that void that Andy Murray has had. So has provided for British tennis.
And then late night, a match in the quarterfinals that could honestly be a final of a U.S. Open. The 2021 U.S. Open champion, Daniil Medvedev, and the #1 seed and Australian Open champion this year, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, that potential insights to who might be holding the trophy come Sunday.
should be a whole lot of fun. Tonight was fun until it wasn't. Honestly, you never like to see anybody get hurt. But for the U.S. crowd, they're thrilled to see Frances Tiafoe move into the semifinals, and we got our first All-American semi since 2005, and ain't nothing wrong with that in New York.
They're going to have a packed crowd again here at the U.S. Open.
No doubt.
When those two Americans play.
Incredible stuff. The Tuesday work is done. We have moved into Wednesday. U.S. Open Radio After Dark. Russ Thaler signing off. Have a great night, everybody. See y'all tomorrow.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.